Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
2-2, the pitch. Machado swings, hits it in the air to deep left field. De La Cruz is back. He looks up. This one gonna go. 2-run homer, Manny Machado. And the Padres strike in the first inning. Profar a big clap as he rounds third. Little peek at the Pirate dugout. And Machado an awfully slow home run trot as the Padres take a 2-0 lead.
Padres would score in the first inning. More importantly, they would score in the ninth inning. 3 in the ninth. The Padres scoring in the ninth inning, by the way, for the 7th time in the last 8 games. There's been a lot of dramatics. And once again, the Padres are victorious today, 7-6 over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into Gwynn and Chris, a full 4-hour edition today. We're going to stretch it out a little bit. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together in our Odyssey Palace studios. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle today, but hard at work. Tony Gwynn Jr. is sending out our the date of our Fantasy Football League draft today and putting together the draft order today.
I love it.
I mean, I don't know what got into this guy.
I don't know. Last year, I think we were like 3 days before the season started.
Last year, the season was kicking off, and you and I were still trying to tell him to get it going.
Get it together.
Tony's got it prepared for us. We're excited about our Fantasy Football League. And, you know, look, it's not a full slate, but it's the beginning of week 1 of the preseason of the National Football League tonight. There are a couple of games later on, so we will, to that end, be talking a little football in the 3 o'clock hour NFL News and Notes segment for you. But before that, we've got to talk about this baseball team in America's finest city, Skraby. The Padres, the Padres, the Padres. My goodness. Let's start with this and work our way back, okay? Let's start with the most outlandish comment of the day in the wake of the Padres winning 14 of their last 16 games and completing a sweep in Pittsburgh for the first time in 13 years today. With their current record of 64-52, the Padres are, get this, only 4.5 games behind the Philadelphia Phillies for the best record in all of Major League Baseball. Thank you for
making it louder.
Making it a little louder. That's it. There's only 4.5 games separating them from the best record in all of baseball now. They have climbed to within 2.5 games of the Dodgers, who are idle tonight. They are closer to the Dodgers than they are to being behind the Braves. What I mean by that, they're 2.5 out of first place. They're 3 ahead of the Braves, who are the wild card team that is chasing them. See what I mean?
Yes.
They're 3 games, they're 3 games clear of a playoff spot, so they're closer to first place than they are to being out of the playoffs now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible, all of the things that have transpired and the way they're winning these ball games one after another. I mean, I want to talk about their greatness. I really do. Jackson Merrill, an incredible performance again yesterday. Hits 2 home runs, ties the game in the 9th inning. Just magical stuff from this guy. And on it goes. 8 innings of scoreless relief by the bullpen in the first game of the series. Kyle Higashioka winning games with home runs. Donovan Solano with 4 RBI games. David Peralta with big home runs, winning ball games. And, oh, by the way, Manny Machado is pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
It continues to be a little bit of everyone contributing. And that is what has made this run fun, I think. I mean, it's not 1 or 2 guys carrying them. It's 26 guys, going out there and finding a way to win a ball game every single time out. And, if the relief pitching is off, then the hitters save the day. And if the starter, only goes 5, then the bullpen takes it. Whatever it is that's needed, they find a way. Adrian Morejon comes in with the bases loaded and nobody out immediately fires a wild pitch to let a run score.
I know.
And then wipes out the inning and gets the save after neither Robert Suarez nor Tanner Scott, the two great relievers, can get the job done last night. It is just, everywhere you look, it's been a magical run. But today they were lucky. Just saying. I sang their praises for 5 minutes. But they were lucky today.
Why can't we just be in the sing their praises mode?
Well, I sang like a lark.
Why do we have to talk about the bad?
I'm not downplaying anything. They got a little luck today. That's what also goes into a 14 out of 16 streak.
Thank you. At least you admit that.
Sure it does. 9th inning, Bogarts dribbles a ball down the line. He's on base. David Bednar walks 2 guys to load the bases.
After blowing the save the night before.
Right, and then Higashioka hits a double play grounder to end the game. And it doesn't end the game. It puts the Padres into the lead.
It just feels nice those sort of things are happening finally for the Padres instead of against the Padres.
And give them credit because they're taking advantage of every little opening that is presented to them. And that is good baseball. And again, look, beyond the Higashioka, 2-run throwing error by O'Neal Cruz, Arise comes right back up and hits a double to knock in the run. That turned out to be the difference in the game. They needed that extra run.
True.
So, they're doing all the things that they need to do. They're getting, the bounces are going their way. And you need all of that to win 14 out of 16 games, 5 in a row, and 34-23 now on the road. They are 11 games over 500 on the road. That is the best road record by quite a margin in the National League. The Yankees have a little better road record at 38-22. So it's not the best road record in baseball, but it's close. And it's just been thrilling. I mean, every single night. I'm playing softball last night. It's my regular, Wednesday night game. And, of course, the Padre game, going into extra innings and everything going on. We're trying to play a softball game. I got 10 guys on my team looking at their phone, watching the Padres game. And guys in the other dugout doing the same thing.
Of course.
And guys on the other field doing the same thing. And when Morejon got the last out, the whole softball complex, yay! This is what it is. A winning team, the excitement of a summer that is, going your way brings everyone together. All of a sudden, everybody's on the same page cheering for the same thing. I've said it many times. There's only 2 things that I've discovered that can bring an entire community together. One is unfortunately some sort of tragic circumstance, an earthquake, a hurricane, a fire, something like that. Everybody gets together and helps out, and, we take care of it. So that's, kind of a tragic way to bring everybody together. The other way is a great baseball team or a great football team or a hot basketball run. Whatever it is, a sports team can do it.
Yes, they can. And
it's doing it right now in this community, and we're riding the wave. And it's a wonderful thing. So Padres win again today, 7-6. They score 3 in the 9th after they blew a 4-0 lead. Right now they're playing so well that even their own mistakes can't hurt them. Last night, what they win last night? What was the final? 9-8?
Yes.
9-8 last night in the extra inning game. Of the 8 runs Pittsburgh scored last night, I would say the Padres gave them 5 or 6.
Could be said about the other side, too.
What's that?
It could be said about the Pirates, too. They both gave each other runs all night.
But, the Padres played a very sloppy game, admittedly so.
Yes.
Bryce Johnson dives for a ball he had no chance to get to in the first inning. That led to a couple of runs. Manny makes a 3-base throwing error, which I think you see that about once a millennium.
Yeah, exactly.
That gives them another run. A little ding to Donovan Solano on that one.
Didn't dig it out.
He didn't even come close to digging it out. I think Jake gets that one. But, look, Solano's not a Gold Glove first baseman. But, no, it's an error on Manny. You'd like to see your first baseman save you there, but it didn't happen.
He had 4 hits in the first game, so he did
his part.
Yes,
he gets a little break for that. Then later in the game, last night, Estrada strikes out 3 guys in 1 inning, but 2 runs score before he gets out of the inning because of pass balls and balls bouncing off of gloves. So, but all of that happened last night. They still won the game. That's
what good teams do.
That's what what good teams do, and it's also when things are going your way. And you challenged me before the game to talk about Mike Schilt. He is currently riding the wave of brilliance right now. Everything this guy does is working. And the reason why is because no matter who he puts into a game gets the job done. That makes the manager look really smart.
Yeah.
But I thought he made 2 really, really lousy managerial moves today. And it, very well could have cost them the game. You've got Jason Adam warming up in the 7th inning. He did not pitch last night. Matsui did. And Matsui gives up a sharp single to a left-handed batter, O'Neill Cruz. And now you've got 1 out there. You got Jason Adam warmed up. He's ready. You've got 2 right-handed batters coming up, Bart and Cruz.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked that Mike Schilt didn't go take him out right there. Schilt always takes his relievers out in the middle of innings to bring another guy in to finish the inning off. But he stuck with Matsui, and the ball ended up in the seats, and now you're down 5-4. So I would definitely second-guess that. And I really was beyond stunned in the 9th inning after they got the first 2 guys on that David Peralta did not bunt them to 2nd and 3rd. The Padres, again, they've been doing this successfully all year long. You've got to tie the game before you can win the game. And to me, you've got to get the tying run to 3rd base there with 1 out. And in a bonus, if the sacrifice works, you get the go-ahead run to 2nd base. But Peralta struck out. But guess what? It didn't come back to hurt them because the next guy walked and the bases were loaded anyway, which is probably what would have happened had they bunted.
Is Peralta...
But there was a couple of decisions that I don't like those decisions, and I'm going to point them out, but it just doesn't matter right now. Just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but was there any thought, you think, to Peralta not being a great candidate for the bunt there?
Maybe that's what they thought. Maybe they just Schilt wanted to roll the dice there.
Because Bryce Johnson the night before did it perfectly. And those are the guys that are good.
Yeah, Tyler Wade has been a good bunter. Hassan Kim's a good bunter.
Yeah,
David Peralta just isn't a good bunter.
He hit a home run earlier in the game, too.
He did. Maybe Mike Schilt just wanted to roll the dice there. It almost came up snake eyes because Higashioka, like I said, hits the double play ball. And I don't know. It was close. They didn't really show a definitive angle. But if O'Neill Cruz, I keep wanting to call him Ellie De La Cruz, but it's O'Neill Cruz. If he throws a strike to first base, would Higashioka been safe or out? We couldn't really tell.
No.
That it didn't matter because he threw it about 5 yards wide of the bag, and 2 runs came in, and the Padres took the lead and went on to win the ball game. It's all going beautifully. It's probably enjoy it, right? It's not going to continue like this from now until the end of September, is it? But, if it does, the Padres are going to wind up with the best record in baseball.
I think I saw earlier today they have the best record in baseball outside of the first month. If they take away the first month.
If you take away the first month, they would have the best record already.
Yeah.
Well, they certainly have the best record since the All-Star break. They're 14-3.
What happened during this All-Star break?
14-2.
This is a different team.
Well, I don't know. It's the same team.
Same team, but different mindset, seems like.
Same team, confidence. Confidence is a wonderful thing. I mean, you start piecing together some wins. You've won 6 series in a row. Things are just, they're going their way. They have to ride this as long as they can. You go into Miami now. This is a dismantled ball club, the Miami Marlins. So
they're nothing. They've got nothing right now.
You'd like to believe you could roll them over, but you still got to go out and play some good ball down there and make sure you win that series. Then you'll get home and Pittsburgh's in again, right?
Yes,
and
they
then
are on Monday.
Isn't it? You go back to don't you go to Colorado after that? I mean, there's a real chance here, to really extend this. I mean, I hate to say it. I don't want to look too far ahead. But your next 9 games are Miami, Pittsburgh, Colorado, and you just swept Pittsburgh. So, this thing could extend for a little while longer. I don't know if the Dodgers care, but they have to hear the footsteps now.
Oh, they have to.
2.5 games. I mean, you're creeping up on them at a rapid pace. The Diamondbacks are playing great. They're 3 back. And the Diamondbacks play the Phillies this weekend for 4 games. Somebody's going to lose those games. If it's the Diamondbacks, the Padres should be able to spread a little gap on them.
They scare me a little bit, though. The Diamondbacks are playing really well, too.
They're playing just as well. Look, the Padres are 14-3 since the All-Star break. The Diamondbacks are 14-4.
So there you go.
There you have it. But the Phillies, if the Diamondbacks take 3 out of 4 and the Padres go into Miami and do what I think they're going to do, they could end up being like a couple of games out of the number 1 seed in the National League. I mean, we might as well get greedy while things are going our way.
Go for it all.
Yeah. Like I said, at the top.
I mean, we were sitting here a month and a half ago wondering, hoping that they would even make the wild card.
Well, we went into the All-Star break hoping that. They lost 6 of their last 7 games.
It's true.
Going into the All-Star break, didn't they?
Yes.
So,
and then they lost the first one out of the All-Star break.
And then they got, beat up 7-0 in the first game there. All of a sudden, man, it has just surged into this wonderful thing. Like I said, you're only now 4.5 games out of the best record in baseball.
Showtime!
That's how good this stretch has been for the Padres. We are underway. We're going to talk plenty of Padres. We got to get into Jackson Merrill a little bit later in the show. He was on with us last week, and we asked him about winning the Rookie of the Year award. He predictably said it didn't matter to him. Guess what? It matters to all of us.
It's got to matter to him, but I get why he says he does.
Of course, this kid is class, man. That's one of the things that we like about him. Paul Skeens, I mean, here's the argument right here. Jackson Merrill just helped the Padres win 3 games.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens never got out of the dugout.
Thank you. His butt is sore from sitting on the bench.
Well,
he's not going to probably face the Padres next week because he's due up to start this weekend.
Yeah.
If I'm the Pirates, if I'm Major League Baseball, I'm intervening, and I'm making a Paul Skeens Jackson Merrill thing happen.
Well, you have fun with that. We'll talk about Jackson. We'll get our regular segments, Daily Gambit. We got a countdown today because we're going to have a short show tomorrow on Friday, so we'll do a countdown stuff. That'll be Olympic-oriented. Chris versus the Fans, Big Five. It's all coming your way over the next 4 hours. Gwynn and Chris. Without Gwynn, it's Chris Ello, it's Matt Skraby, it's the Odyssey Palace, it's 97.3 The Fan.
Hi, Jan from Toy.
right, welcome back. We've had a few developments
Major development.
in the studio since we last left you.
Major development.
The first development was I looked over my shoulder to the right, and I don't know if I can get the camera over there, but
Yeah,
there,
you
you see
can.
there's a window there, and that's into the studio next door. Now,
hand was in front of the
yeah,
window.
this is now I'm never going to get it back.
I'll
But
come help you if you
anyway,
need it.
that's the studio next door. I believe it's Alt 94.9.
Yes.
They're never in there. They all do their shows from home or
Yes,
whatever. So
yes.
it's an empty studio. I looked over my shoulder, and there's a couple of guys standing in there looking in the window.
Yeah.
And they look like electricians.
Yes.
They look like guys that you see on a phone pole. You know,
Oh,
telephone pole.
Yeah.
You
Hard
know,
hat,
hard
orange
hat,
vest.
the orange thing, the vest. Yeah, they're up there, working on the lines. And they're looking in the window, and I'm like, hi, guys, how are you?
I just thought they were watching TV.
Yeah, I thought, what are they doing? And they're looking up at the TV screen, and I'm like, wow, that's interesting. There was really nothing up there.
Yeah.
Moments later, Adam Klug comes in,
Busts in
here and goes, hey, I think the guys fixed our problem, and we might finally get ESPN in the studio.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I am. I'm not.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because we have never had ESPN, and we've talked about this before. The only place on earth that you can't watch ESPN television is in this studio.
Yep.
Anyway, Adam grabs the clicker, flips it to ESPN, and it's working.
It is.
And we saluted the two guys
We started clapping. We
with
gave
a
them a standing ovation.
ovation.
That's not a joke either.
No, we gave them a standing ovation. Now, there's nothing on ESPN right now except some Little League World Series game between Maryland and Washington, D.C., but I don't care. We're watching it because we finally get ESPN after 7 solid years
No joke.
of being the only place on earth that you couldn't watch the
We
channel.
were told multiple times
Oh.
that it was unable to be fixed.
It was unable to be done. It was not possible.
because
it's not
there's like
we
cell towers on the roof or something.
Right. It wasn't like we didn't ask. We started asking in 2017, and we've been asking ever since. Thank you to the guys who somehow got up on the top of the building and managed to fix the problem.
Yes.
Terrific.
Terrific
So that's
is right.
really, really good news.
First development.
Here's the other good news. I think for most of you it's good news. The United States men's basketball team overcame a 13-point fourth-quarter deficit to defeat Serbia. It's over. 95-91 was the final score in the semifinals of that tournament. Serbia, led by Nikola Jokic, 17 points, 11 assists. But Serbia had as much as a 17-point lead in this game in the first half and still led by 13 going to the fourth quarter. So the U.S. had to put on a sprint. Steph Curry, who's been quiet in the tournament, not so today, Skraby. 9 3-pointers for
There's
Steph
the
Curry.
Steph Curry we know.
36 points, the greatest shooter in the history of basketball. Helped him pull it out. LeBron James did his thing with a triple-double. Joel Embiid had some big baskets down the stretch.
He had a massive dunk.
He did. When he had that, though, they were still way behind.
They were, and he went around the Joker too.
He did.
It's
but-
kind of unfair that Joel Embiid is all of a sudden on Team USA.
Yeah, isn't he from Cameroon or something?
Yeah, but he's a citizen now.
Okay, well, whatever. The one guy,
I'll take him.
Look, the pole vaulters pole vaulting for Sweden.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, true.
all is fair in
Olympics and
love and nationalism, I guess. But yeah, Team USA pulls it out 95-91. They'll move on to the gold medal game, where they will take on France for the gold medal there. Steph Curry, man, incredible. The whole game turned in the fourth quarter on the rare 6-point play by the United States.
I didn't know that was a thing. I've heard of a 4-point play.
Here's what happened. Durant went up for a 3-point shot.
Okay.
And I think LeBron was standing in front of him,
Okay.
setting a screen. Jokic shoved LeBron down to try to get to Durant.
Okay.
Durant shot it, it went in, and there was correctly a foul called on Jokic for shoving LeBron. So in the international basketball rules, and in fact in college and high school and almost everywhere else, if you commit a foul while a guy makes a three, you get the ball back out of bounds.
What?
Or you get free throws.
Wow.
But in this case, they got it out of bounds because they were not over the limit. U.S. passed it right in. Devin Booker, three-pointer, bang, 6 points on that one trip.
Wow.
And that cut like a 10-point deficit to 4 and set in motion the U.S. rally.
Now, I thought you were not a fan of this Team USA team. It sounds like you're a huge fan.
No, I'm not. I was rooting for Serbia the entire game.
No, you were not. That's so wrong. Even though I don't like the team, I'm rooting for them to win the goal.
They're unlikable. They're an unlikable group.
I don't know. Steph Curry's pretty fun.
Steph Curry's all right. I do love him, but the rest of them kind of bug me.
Joel Embiid's cool too.
To be honest with you, I wasn't outlandishly rooting for Serbia, but let's put it this way. It wouldn't have broken my heart if the United States kind of got its comeuppance a little bit.
This is the craziest
They're
take
just
ever.
so arrogant. They're so
We're
annoying.
back to treason again.
I know. Here's the guy that has really, I think, for the United States, had to learn a lesson in this tournament, and that's Jason Tatum. He did not play in this game. And we're talking about one of the, quote, greatest players in the NBA.
Was he the Finals MVP?
No, Jaylen Brown was.
But okay,
and Jaylen Brown, got left off this team in favor of Jason Tatum. But I don't think Steve Kerr feels Jason Tatum can guard anybody. I don't feel like Steve Kerr thinks Jason Tatum ever sets a screen or gets does anything other than score. So Steve Kerr's not playing him at all. And
that's really strange.
Yeah, he didn't play. I think it's the second game in the tournament. He just did not play. And Durant came in there, hit some big shot. Anyway,
do you think he's sitting on the bench like angry?
I think he's trying to be, put on a happy face and, cheer on his team. But if you're Jason Tatum, you just got a $38 million a year contract. You just won the NBA championship. You've got to be thinking you're the greatest player in history. Only to find out, man, they don't even want to put you in the game. I mean, it's crazy.
That's hard to take.
Yeah, I could see him coming off the bench or this, that, and the other, but he's not playing and did not play today in that U.S. victory. One other note from that game, Serbia built its lead on the strength of some brilliant three-point shooting. They were 15 of 30 through three quarters. They were 0 for 9 in the fourth quarter, and the United States rallied. That's when it counts. All right, we'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, San Diego State football is right around the corner. I believe they're having their Fan Fest Day.
Yes,
on Saturday. We'll get the latest on some of the positional battles going on at camp. Sean Lewis's first year. Aztecs are 23 days away from the season opener.
That is insane.
I know. College football's getting close. Kirk Kenny, who's our guy, will join us to talk about it a little bit when we come back.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
All right, this hour on 97.3 The Fan, it's brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. For supply chain demands, a flexible workforce, hire with Express Employment Professionals. With contract and full-time workers from Express Employment, you get the staff you need and manage contingent labor costs. Learn more at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com. Speaking of professionals, two of them with you this afternoon, Chris Ello and Mr. Skraby. Matt Skraby. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle today, vacationing, but he'll be back with us next week. We got a short show tomorrow. I believe Brian Hoying, the new...
Is that how you pronounce it?
I think so.
Okay, good.
He will be on the program tomorrow, the new Padre right-hander, who is one of the heroes of the victory on Tuesday night in Pittsburgh. Part of that 8-inning shutout performance by the bullpen. One streak did come to an end today for the Padres. First time in 10 games that the Padre pitching staff did not strike out at least 10 batters. Only 7 Ks for the Padres today. They were trying to do that for only the second time in franchise history. Have 10 Ks in 10 straight games. But everything else is fine after they win 7-6 in Pittsburgh, a 3-run ninth. Gets it done. Kyle Higashioka's double play ground ball, which could have ended the game, turned into a 2-run throwing error by O'Neal Cruz as the Padres took the lead. Luis Arraez added an RBI double. Robert Suarez hung on for his 25th save. Whew. It's going good.
It is.
It's going good. All right, let's hope things go that well for the San Diego State football team. Fan Fest coming up this weekend. The season is upon us. That means our guy Kirk Kenny is upon us from the San Diego Union-Tribune, frequent contributor to this program. Kirk, before we get too far into it, how many days is the Chick-fil-A Streak at now?
Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh, how could you forget about this? This is the most important thing ever.
I knew you were going to ask, so I just totaled it up, and it is day 1,131.
This is ridiculous.
Get out of here.
It's so crazy.
1,131 days that Kirk Kenny has eaten at Chick-fil-A. Not counting Sundays, of course, because it's closed on Sundays.
Yeah, so you're saved there.
But every other day of the week, Kirk Kenny has a meal at Chick-fil-A, establishing you, Kirk, as a perfect contributor to this show.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Somebody as Looney Tunes as you belongs on this program.
Yes.
So,
did you get your commercial yet from Chick-fil-A?
No
Have
kidding,
they filmed that
man.
yet?
When are they going to...
It's a good thing. You know what? It's a good thing I'm left-handed because that seemed like very much a left-handed compliment.
It did. It was a left-handed compliment.
Hey, you know me, Kirk, and you've known me a long time. As Looney Tunes as they get. So
yes.
We're happy to have you with us. Wait, you asked about.
Oh yes,
Wasn't there a commercial in the
have
works
you
or
filmed this
something?
yet? When can we look for it?
When is this happening? Or
I am
is it
not yet at
happening?
liberty. I am not yet at liberty to divulge that, but you guys will be the first to know.
Okay, you'll debut your Chick-fil-A commercial with Gwynn and Chris.
Kirk
Thank you.
Kenny,
Appreciate that.
1,131 days in a row.
I can't wait for those commercials when they're like, "Hey, when did you get the idea to come here every day?"
Kirk Kenny is going to be the next famous guy like Jared was on Subway.
Oh, someone is a.
Only
Someone's,
much
I don't know if we want to go down that
Yes,
road.
I know.
Yeah,
I was a little nervous about going down that road there.
No, Jared's a whole nother
yeah,
story.
it turned a little ugly. At the
Someone
end.
said, "Do we have receipts to prove this number?" We don't need to because
don't
the
need
restaurant
receipts.
knows and celebrated this.
Skraby and I were at his 1,000th day.
We were.
I mean, they threw him a party at the Chick-fil-A, and you're right, Skraby. The manager, the owner, I mean, everybody came out to celebrate Kirk on that. So, yes, we don't need
There's no
receipts.
such thing as a free lunch, right?
Well, look, I think we got one that day,
Yes.
and we appreciated
did.
it very
You
much.
did.
We did.
Anyway, we digress.
Yeah, well,
Yes, we
digressing.
Why were we talking again?
I don't know. Digressing is what we seem to do best on this program. Aztecs football, of course, and look, we had Coach Lewis on last week, and it was good having him. Look, this guy, you can't help but be excited every time, we talk to him, I think anybody talks to him, I mean, he's got people feeling upbeat, and, the whole program just seems that way from the day he took over till now, isn't it, Kirk?
Yeah, it's very much a different vibe from the moment you step out there. Even in practice, there's music pumping, and everything's fast for that Aztec fast offense. So it's gonna be it's been a lot of fun to watch. With all the winning that the Aztecs did over the last decade, fans started getting a little bit complacent because they didn't see enough offense, and so that's Katie Wicker went out and hired a guy that's going to promise some offense. So we'll see what happens.
Well, they open it up on the 31st of this month down at Snapdragon Stadium. Give us a little update on some of the positional battles of importance. I know you wrote something about the quarterbacks the other day, and everybody wants to know who's going to be the signal caller. How's that looking right now?
That's what Saturday's Fan Fest will be, kind of our first extended glimpse of the battle between Danny O'Neill, a true freshman from Indiana, and A.J. Duffy, who's a sophomore transfer from Florida State, but who grew up locally here in Southern California. So charting their progress will be interesting. I have to give the advantage to Duffy just because he's been around college football for 2 years, but all indications are that Danny O'Neill's pretty talented too, so it's been a lot of fun to watch those two compete.
Talking to Kurt Kenny here of San Diego Union Tribune. I want to talk about, maybe you haven't been able to talk to Coach Lewis about this or off the record, anything like that, but Colorado seemed like it was a nightmare last year to be at. And he was there. He was removed as the offensive coordinator. Do you think that kind of is going to help him be successful this year, prove to Dion, prove to people around college football that he is a guy who can be successful as a coach?
I don't think he's out looking to prove something to them. I think what he has said so far is every stop you make in your career, you try and pick up things and learn some things. And so I think he learned a few things there that he wants to embrace and others that maybe he doesn't. And mainly here's this philosophy of spreading the ball around and taking what the defense gives you and going, quick to the line and putting the defense on its heels. And that's what he'll look to do with San Diego State now.
Kirk Kenny is with us. He wrote an article today in the paper, Skraby, about our guy.
I saw it.
Your and mine's guy.
Yeah.
Dale Sean Staley. How is he our guy? Well, I don't know, Kirk, if you were aware, but about 3 weeks ago, Dale Sean Staley came into studio for an hour, sat in with us, asked us a million questions. He had a couple of his teammates with him, and apparently he wants to get into sports talk radio someday.
Yeah.
Try to take our jobs. Really nice kid. He's from Kansas City, transferred from Northern Iowa, and from what I read today, seems like he's making a mark already on defense.
Yeah, I've been seeing him make plays. Just yesterday I watched him pick off a pass, and he made an impression when he transferred here in early for the spring and made an impression then and put him atop the depth chart. And I think he's just continued to build on that. And he's a guy that I think is going to be a real playmaker for them. And they're pretty excited about it. I had a good time talking with him the other day. And especially I asked, what do you think of San Diego? And he said he's a view guy. So he's talking about, he loves, being along the beach and maybe on a quiet evening, just listening to the ocean or walking in the hills around town and going on a walk. So, that was kind of refreshing just to hear that kind of perspective.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he had a wonderful view at Northern Iowa, but Skraby just spent 6 days in Iowa,
yes.
So there must be something about Iowa that I don't know about.
I didn't know it took that long to get a car fixed.
The Iowa is actually more hilly than you would think, and it has more vista points than you would think.
No. I've been to Omaha 10 times, and
that's
right
Nebraska.
Across the bridge is Iowa, and I'll never forget a couple times they had big rainstorms, and it's like they need to find a place to pull the plug so the water will drain. It was flooded for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why Skraby and his family had a reunion.
We were in
Dubuque, Iowa.
Dubuque on the mighty Mississippi. So.
This is what they do in
anyway,
the Skraby family.
Back to Aztec
Did you
football.
just try and find where's the exact middle point of the United States? Is that how you guys decided to meet?
No, my grandparents decided to pick the least accessible part of the country to live in because
kidding.
It's like an hour and a half one way to an airport, 3 hours to Chicago. all of this stuff. But yes, anyway.
I heard they don't even have ESPN there.
I couldn't find it.
Only our studio was the last place.
I did actually watch a lot of local news, and Caitlin Clark is a superstar in Iowa.
Right.
And she went to Des Moines, I guess, while we were there, and she surprised a bunch of kids at a school, and it was the biggest thing
Mardi
ever.
Gras.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
All right, back to the
she's a
Aztecs
rock
team.
star.
Yeah, she is a rock star. With all the focus on the offense, Kirk, what about the defense? Are the Aztecs going to be that defensive team that we know and love, or is the defense kind of taking backseat a little bit, even though they're never going to admit it to the offense?
Well, I think the offense is going to definitely get the headlines, but the defense looks like it'll be pretty good again. They've brought in several transfers. One thing I noted coming into camp is 16 of the 22 starting spots are on the depth chart coming into camp are taken up by transfers. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And a particular area that they've added players is on the defensive line on the edges. And so I think that's an area to watch in this fan fest and in the first few weeks of the season, some of those new guys they brought in on the edge.
How about the skill players beyond the quarterback position, Kirk? I must say, as somebody watches every game, and I didn't think anybody ever really grabbed hold, and you kind of confirmed this when we talked last year. Nobody ever really grabbed hold of that running back position. They never really established anybody on the outside wide receiver-wise. Guys had, some moments here and there. Are there new guys or are there returning guys that are going to be better?
Yeah, that's a position I was going to mention first. A kid, Marquez Cooper, is a transfer from Ball State, but he actually played for Sean Lewis at Kent State for 3 years before that. He is the nation's active rushing leader, and so he just transferred in the last few months, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can do. He's listed atop the depth chart, sharing the starting position with Keenan Christian. So the running backs room is loaded again, but we haven't really gotten a glimpse to see what all Marquez Cooper can do, so that's another thing we're going to be able to see on Saturday.
This is kind of a weird question, but I'm a weird guy, so I'm gonna go with it anyway. But
I always get worried when he starts like this.
Matt Ariza is punting for the Kansas City Chiefs. He got the starting job. He punted one the other day, I think 75 yards in the air or something like that, which is great for him. But what's the relationship between the school and Matt Ariza? Because he has been cleared of the things that he was accused of doing, but, it puts the school in a little bit of a weird spot. Is there anything there, or, is it just something we're going to have to see as time goes along?
I think the relationship is still good. I think they've congratulated him when he's been signed, and it's still a good relationship. I don't know where exactly to go with that.
No, I know.
Things have been resolved. He's playing football again, and I think everybody's moving forward.
It's a good thing for sure. Kirk Kenny is with us. Aztecs opening. Texas A&M Commerce is the first opponent, August 31st. I think a lot of people are going to want to come out, get a look at Sean Lewis's team, but I got to be honest. I think the game that I'm really circling is the next one, September 7th, when they're home to Oregon State. You're getting a team out of the Pac-2 to come in here. And, that to me can be kind of a statement. I mean, you go out and you roll up some points against that team and, maybe win that game, Kirk. What's the fanfare looking like for these first two home games?
I just got an update today, and I guess season tickets are approaching 10,000, which their goal was to hit 9,300 this year. So wow. I think that's a good sign for them. And it is a pretty good schedule. Both Oregon State and Washington State will be playing at Snapdragon. They face Cal on the road. But you're right. I think, obviously they should be able to handle Texas A&M Commerce pretty well. So, I don't think they're going to pull out every trick of the playbook for that game. So what we see against Oregon will probably be more of the telltale signs of what the team's going to be all about.
Yeah, that's going to be September 7th. It's a night game. I think, everyone's going to kind of circle the calendar for that second game. Although, look, I'm glad to hear the tickets are going well for the opener. People are really excited about Sean Lewis Kirk, as always, fantastic talking with you, and we'll catch up to you
digressing with you
at a Chick-fil-A near you soon. Thanks,
we
guys.
didn't even get into any gun smoke, so we'll have to
That's for later in the
next time.
season.
Yes,
later in
that's
the
next
season.
time.
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, thanks, Kirk.
Kirk Kenny right there from the Union Tribune. My playing partner, by the way, when I played at Torrey Pines the one time I got to play. So Kirk was all right, man. He's a great guy.
He is.
You know, I've known Kirk Kenny longer than most people. Like
in the San Diego sports
just anywhere.
business?
Just
Oh,
anywhere.
Wow.
Kirk Kenny and I were roommates.
Yes, I know this.
For a semester, and I think it was 1982 or 3. So I mean, I've known Kirk Kenny 6 years longer than my wife.
Wow,
A lot
that is-
longer than you. A lot longer than most.
Thankfully.
I was just saying, of all the people I know, I think Kirk Kenny's one of the guys I've known the longest. Terrific guy.
You know, I sat next to Kirk at a game one night, and I never do this, but I just chatted his ear off. He didn't chat my ear off. I chatted his ear. I usually just keep to myself and just watch the game, but Kirk and I were having a good old conversation, and I kept talking. So.
Apparently, that's what you're doing these days at ball games. You went to Wrigley Field, you told me, and had a nice long conversation with a lovely young lady over there.
She was drunk, and she like usually when people ask me what do you do, I don't say what I do because I don't really want to talk about it. But I did. I told her, and then she went all in on me for the rest of the day. What are you going to talk about? Are you going to tell people about me? Well, I guess I am because you're being mentioned on the air. But her double vodka that she ordered was a little much.
You can get a double vodka at Wrigley Field?
Yes.
Do they bring it right to your seat?
No, she had to go get it, but
Oh.
she definitely smelled like a couple, maybe 4 double vodkas in or something.
No wonder the fans at Wrigley are so hard to tame.
She could not care less. She could not care less about this game.
Right.
She just wanted to talk to me about San Diego.
All right, more on the Padres' thrilling victory to complete a 3-game sweep. Daily Gambit as we kick off hour number 2. Next. Next stop, World Series. Welcome back to
All
Gwynn and
aboard!
Chris. Hour number 2. Skraby says there's plenty of room on the bandwagon. Really, nobody was on the bandwagon until about 2.5 weeks ago. But it's getting crowded now. Padres rally with 3 in the 9th. And then Robert Suarez coughs up 1 in the bottom of the 9th. But hangs on. 25th save. Padres over Pittsburgh 7-6 today. Padres get a little lucky for sure. They blew a 4-0 lead. They were trailing 5-4. Loaded the bases on an infield hit and 2 walks in the 9th. 1 out. Kyle Higashioka hits a double play ground ball to second base. They throw to short for the first out. The return throw by O'Neal Cruz to end the game is wide of the bag by like a lot. Like, it wasn't really close.
No, it's hard to believe that a professional can throw a ball
no
that far
kidding.
outside.
My goodness. And Padres scored 2 runs on the error. Luis Ariz follows with an RBI double. And before you know it, the Padres have another come-from-behind victory. Just one afternoon after they came from behind with a run in the 9th last night. And then went on in extra innings to beat the Pirates. They finish a 3-game sweep, their first in Pittsburgh in 13 years. Jackson Merrill is heroic last night with the 2 home runs, including the tying home run. And, look, the Padres have it going on. Manny Machado hit a 2-run homer early today. David Peralta almost hit one into the Allegheny River off the top of the fencing out there behind the seats in right field. But the Padres would cough up that 4-0 lead. I wasn't, given notice that Carl Edwards Jr. had been called up to the major leagues to replace Alec Jacob.
It happened right before the game.
No kidding. So out in the 6th inning, Vasquez, who had pitched shutout ball until then, gets into a little trouble. Runs scored, couple of guys get on. And here comes Carl Edwards Jr. And I'm like, who's that? Well, I mean, I know who it is.
Yeah,
he used to pitch for them. But
when did he become a part of the team?
When was he on the ball club? They sent Alec Jacob down. And Carl Edwards Jr. walked 2 guys, gave up a hit. Anyway, next thing you know, it's a 4-3 game. Manny makes a great play.
An incredible play.
On a dribbler with the bases loaded by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa that would have tied the game against almost any other third baseman in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But Manny came in and threw him out. They keep the 4-3 lead. Then Mike Schilt, surprisingly, I'll say, rather than inexplicably, but surprisingly stays with Matsui in the 7th with a couple of right-handed batters up. And Joey Bart takes Matsui deep for a 2-run homer. Just like that, Pittsburgh leads 5-4. But the Padres erased it in the 9th with that 3-run rally. San Diego has now scored in the 9th inning in 7 of its last 8 games.
Really?
That's a lot of drama and a lot of clutch and a lot of, things going on that are, good for your ball club. Padres are only 1 for 8 today with runners in scoring position, et cetera, et cetera. I will say this. I don't like dumb baseball. All right? I don't. You know that.
Yeah, yeah.
And what is my
Where are you going with this?
What is my number 1 pet peeve?
Base running?
Dumb base running. In the 9th inning.
Oh, we talking Joey Bart?
Joey Bart, what are you doing?
Oh, he was trying to make him. He was trying to make a play.
Why?
I listened to Jesse and Scan on the radio.
But do you get it? They're down 2 runs. His run means nothing.
I get it.
He needs to be on base so that the next guy can maybe tie it with a home run. He doesn't need to try to stretch a single into a double.
100%
It is
get it.
so stupid.
It is, and he's a catcher and he's slow.
And he would have been out if the ball would have ended up in Luis Ariz's glove instead of rolling off to the side.
Scan said,
and the game would have been over.
Scan said that the way he read it was, well, first off, he said Joey probably shouldn't have run. But secondly, he said Jerks and Profar kind of slowly got to the ball.
I don't care.
And slowly 360'd. That's why he went. But it is a dumb move because it could have ended the game right there.
So stupid. I cannot stand dumb baseball, even if it's the other team that does it. It just boggles my mind that these guys can make it to the major leagues and not be smart enough to know that with 2 outs in the 9th inning, down by 2 runs, You do not try to stretch a single into a double, especially when you would have been out.
Do you think a manager comes back and says to him after
I
the
hope
game,
so.
like, hey,
I
I'm
hope
happy
so.
it worked out, but don't do that again?
I hope so. I mean, I guess you have to say something to Joey Bart because he obviously doesn't know. He's obviously stupid enough to try it in the first place. Oh, my goodness, I hate dumb baseball.
That was dumb baseball.
It worked out, in the sense that he was safe and – the Pirates scored 1 run before Suarez got out of the inning. But anyway, that's the way it goes.
I got to ask you about Matsui first because I got a lot of comments about why is Yuki Matsui in the game, and there have been certain times where Yuki Matsui hasn't gotten it done. But when I went back and looked at his stats, all 3 of his appearances in the month of August, he did not give up a run. And he didn't even give up a run before that until July 9th was the last time he gave up a run, an earned run.
Okay.
So where are we at with Yuki Matsui? Are we feeling good about Yuki Matsui, or are we not feeling good about him?
Yeah, I think they're feeling all right about him, right now. Obviously they are. They stayed with him in the 7th inning when they should have gone to Jason Adam. And, you have to believe me when I tell you that's not a second guess. That's a first guess. As I'm sitting there watching the game, I'm like, oh, good. Okay, base hit, 2 righties coming up. Here comes Jason Adam.
Yeah.
And then, no, here didn't come Jason Adam.
It is strange.
And so, I disagreed with the notion right there. But here's the thing with Yuki Matsui. Coming into the game today, he'd only given up 2 home runs all year. So, you're not thinking, if you're Mike Schilt, that he's going to, give up,
give up a hit,
shot
but not
there.
a home run.
Right. Number one. Number two, you probably didn't have Tanner Scott available today. He threw a lot of pitches last night.
Yeah.
Didn't look great doing it.
No.
You had to save Suarez for the 9th inning. What I didn't get was why you don't bring Jason Adam in to get the last 2 outs of the 7th and then pitch the 8th. He didn't pitch yesterday. Jason Adam, I'm certain, is capable of getting 5 outs for you.
Let me look and see what he's done
But
this
they
year.
didn't do it, and it almost cost him. What can I tell you? I didn't agree with a couple of things Mike Schilt did today. It just goes to show when things are going your way, you can overcome, some questionable managerial moves. You can overcome some questionable plays.
Yeah, Jason Adam has gone 2 innings a few times.
Yeah, so I didn't get, I just didn't get that. And it's the way Mike Schilt always goes. If you notice, he loves to bring a reliever in to finish out an inning and then start the next inning. He does it all the time. But he didn't do it today, and Joey Bart hit the home run off Matsui. And like I said, almost cost him the ball game. But, the way things are going now, didn't cost him the ball game because – Neil Cruz throws the ball into the stands.
I mean, I wonder if Mike Schilt was just trying to stay away from Jason Adam to begin with because they still have 3 games to play against the Marlins this weekend. The bullpen is still
I get
taxed.
that, but you can't. You got to go with Jason Adam. That's why he's here. This guy's capable of pitching, 2 days out of 3. He was, he didn't pitch last night. It was a perfect opportunity to bring him in, get Bart, get the next guy, and then, go into the 8th inning and, finish out that game. But like I said, last night they made more than a handful of mistakes, and they still won. And we couldn't say that about this team in April, May, and June. If they made any mistakes, it seemed like they lost because of those mistakes. Right now, they're just like shrugging them off. They're like, we don't care. We'll win anyway.
Same goes for comebacks. There was a period of this season where the Padres would go into the 9th down, and you're thinking, okay, this game's over. There's no way. But now I have to watch throughout the end of the game. It's just the game's not over with this team.
Well, you feel like they're going to win almost every game.
Yeah, and that's a different feeling.
Well, when you're 14 out of 16, you are winning almost every game.
And when you are coming back and winning against teams, it makes you feel good about yourself.
Of course it does. It's a big deal. Look, the Padres, even before this hot streak, had, I want to say, a handful of wins earlier this season that gave you a feeling like something cool could happen.
It was this team is not last year's team.
Wasn't it an 8-0 they came back against the Cubs?
Yeah.
All right.
Fernando hit that home run.
Yeah. There was all those Washington games where Profar comes up and, clears the bases with 2 outs in the 9th. I mean, they have had, 5 walk-off wins there in a span of 2 weeks? This is a team that had 2 walk-off wins the whole season last year.
Yeah.
So they've shown, even before this hot streak, that, they're a gamer. They've kind of established that, and now it's really starting to pay dividends the way they're going right now. And, if you look at this, 14-2, one of the losses in the 14-2 was in Baltimore. They were down 6-0 in that game.
Good point.
And they came back to 6-5.
Yeah, they made it a game.
And then Manny hit one to the track, and the guy, Mullins, I think, made a beautiful catch to save the day. And so they lost that one. The only other loss was to the Rockies, and we already know that, the Rockies are a pain in the butt. But
they really are.
That's it. That's it. Those are the only 2 losses on the whole ledger. So, it's a great thing right now. And, the Padres were 9-23 in 1-run games last year.
It was brutal.
Today was their 15th 1-run victory this year. So
brings a tear to my
eye, Chris.
It does.
Last
year was torture.
Try not to sob on the air.
Last year was torture.
Try not to sob on the air.
And this year was torture too. I'll try not to cry.
All right, very good. Padres win. As noted earlier, they're only 2.5 behind the Dodgers. And if you really want to get greedy, and I do, they're only 4.5 games behind the best record in all of baseball now, which is the Phillies, who play in Arizona tonight against the Diamondbacks, who are almost as hot as the Padres.
Can I say that it's nice to see Kyle Schwarber crush a team outside of him crushing the Padres? He had 3 home
Wasn't
runs
that
last
nice?
night.
I will tell you, I really like Schwarber.
Why
but he
is that?
Because he can hit the ball a country
He
mile.
can.
You've got to love a guy that can just step up and hit the ball over the moon. But you're right. It seems when he does it, most of the time it's against us.
Yeah,
so,
but 3 home runs against the Dodgers.
He just annihilated them last night. And I will say this. Dave Roberts got ejected from that game last night. First time all year. And people might say it might be some frustration. Dodgers aren't going well. No. That was an awful call. I don't get what Hunter Wendelstedt, his dad was an umpire of pretty well, thought out umpire back in the old days.
Okay.
Harry Wendelstedt. But Hunter Wendelstedt,
didn't run in the family.
Well, I know you love, when people get stuff on because their dad was something. I'm not saying Hunter Wendelstedt got it because of that. He's been umping a long time too. But that call last night was stupid. And what happened was they bunted. The Phillies did. The Phillies did. And the Dodgers third baseman came in to field the bunt, turned around, and threw to the shortstop. Rojas was coming over to cover third base. Well, as he's catching the ball, his foot landed in front of the sliding runner. And Hunter Wendelstedt ruled that it was obstruction. And it just wasn't obstruction. Rojas did not put his foot there intentionally to obstruct the runner. The throw took him there, and he caught it and tried to apply the tag. Dave Roberts lost his mind, and he should have lost his mind. That was a terrible call. I love it when it happens to I love it when it happens to the Dodgers, but stuff like that kind of bothers me sometimes.
It bothers me too because there is clearly a rule, and then all of a sudden the rule doesn't apply here.
The rule says that it's obstruction if you intentionally put your foot down or leg or knee or something in front of the guy.
To impede the runner from getting to the bag. But he was
not intentionally doing that. I don't understand where that call came from. It really hurt the Dodgers. And then Schwarber took care of the rest of the game because he was ridiculous. 3 homers, 7 RBIs. Mashing one ball deeper than the next. He can hit them a long way.
My Dodgers friends are very quiet right now.
Good.
Very quiet.
Yeah, well, keep it that way.
I know. I got to stop getting ahead of myself because the Dodgers still do lead the division.
Look, we're flying high right now.
We are. We should be.
We should. We've won 14, and 2. I mean, we should be flying high. All right, Daily Gambit when we come back. We'll take a look at some winners and losers and the rest of what's going on in sports on this Thursday after traffic on Gwynn and Chris.
From
right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 3:21 is the time. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together today in our Odyssey Palace studios. Tony Gwynn Jr. getting a little vacay before he settles in for the Padres stretch drive. We'll be on tomorrow. Short program. We'll be on for about an hour tomorrow. But part of the show tomorrow will be a visit with Brian Hoying, the other guy acquired from the Miami Marlins in the Tanner Scott trade.
Should we ask him about that, or is that rude?
Well, he's playing in Miami tomorrow night, so it seems like it might be a sensible thing to
No, I was going to say
query him about.
To ask it. Well, yes, that would be a sensible
that
thing.
part. Oh, you're asking,
being the other guy.
Oh.
Like, because I asked Michael King way back when, I said, how did it feel to be the guy in the Juan Soto trade? And he was like, I didn't feel like I was the guy. So I kind of felt weird about the question afterwards, not because of Michael King, just because of myself. But is it rude to ask him that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is. We know that
I wasn't going to ask in some derogatory way.
We know that Tanner Scott was the centerpiece of the deal.
Yes.
But, to ask a guy, hey, you're kind of an afterthought. How did it feel?
But he's not an afterthought. That's the thing. Is like,
yeah.
But I get it. It's a weird question.
Good luck with that.
That I will not be asking. I'm just telling you.
I'm trying to save you.
No,
from
I'm not going to ask it.
Utter embarrassment.
Okay, it won't be an embarrassment. It would just be. Okay, it would be an embarrassment.
Yes, it would. Let's go to today's daily Gambit, shall we?
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
A couple things I need to address here first before we get into Daily Gambit, our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. I would like to shout out Dominic right now, who is watching our show, Chris, flying to the West Coast. Dominic is a Padres fan in Baltimore.
Yeah.
On the plane right now, watching the show. So thank you,
Really?
Dominic,
He's
very
above
much.
he's above the earth somewhere.
Yes, he's 38,000 feet
I like
somewhere.
that.
Dominic, if you know where you're at around the country, let me know, because I love that
He's
sort of thing.
probably over Dubuque, Iowa,
He may be.
of all places.
He may
right
be.
about
Wave
now.
to the fam down there, because they're probably still partying.
All right,
the other
good.
shout out I have is to Joel the Kid on YouTube. So I was leaving my house today, and I got someone that said, "Hey, Skraby," and I was like, "Oh, who was that?" Well, Joel the Kid.
It was Joel the Kid.
Joel the Kid said, "I love listening to your station. I'm always listening to YouTube." He was actually listening to the game as
Very
we
nice. were
talking. So shout out to Joel
And
the Kid.
Joel the Kid is just a kid, obviously.
I don't know that he's a kid, because he's a bug person, like a exterminator is what the word I was looking for.
Well, then why are you calling him the Kid?
That's his name on YouTube, Joel the Kid.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Okay, I thought
Joel
you
the
were
Kid.
just I thought he was just a youngster.
No,
So he was Joel the Kid.
It wasn't a 12-year-old
Oh,
spring
I
for
didn't know.
spiders.
I didn't know. Maybe
Which, by the way, the spiders are really bad this year.
causing
I'm
havoc.
getting older by the second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last thing, or actually no, let's just get right into it. I gotta give myself a little pat on the back, because when I went to Iowa, I downloaded the DraftKings Sportsbook app, and I made some bets, Chris, much to your dismay. And I made a couple on the Padres.
So this is how much fun you were having at your family reunion. You decided that you needed to gamble in order to put a little fun into your life.
Yeah, I wanted to, because
Okay.
we talk about it every single day. I wanted to use the app. I wanted to do some in-game betting. But I did a parlay, Chris. I put down $10 of my hard-earned money on this parlay. It was plus 650. This was for the game, the Sunday game against the Rockies. So the Padres had to win on the money line, so that they did. They won 10-2. Matt Waldron had to throw over 5.5 strikeouts. He did. I believe he had 6.
Okay.
And then Manny, this was the hard part of the parlay. Manny needed over 1.5 hits in the game. So he gets his first hit in the middle of the game. I'm thinking he came up again. I don't think he got on base, and I'm like, there's nothing going to happen here. I'm going to lose the parlay. Well, Manny in the bottom of the 8th inning got a second hit, cashed in my parlay. I won $75 on this parlay. So I'm very proud.
You started with 10.
Yes.
And you finished with 75.
Now, total, what I came home with, if you can say that, I made some other bets and I lost all of them, Chris.
Oh.
I came home with $70.
You're not supposed to tell us about the ones you lost.
Well, I'm an honest person.
You're supposed to be like every other gambler out there. As far as you're concerned, you only win. Because I never hear about losses.
I will tell you my losses. We tell you our losses every single day, but this was actual money that I bet, so I finally won a parlay, and it counted for something.
Please listen to the guy who introduces this segment.
So please gamble responsibly?
Yes,
I got a little carried away.
Yes, you did.
I started making bets on Logan Gilbert and Zach Wheeler. I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah, well, that's what you get.
What am I doing?
That's what you get.
Anyway.
All right. By the way, we just have some fun making some picks here, but I will say this straight up. If you are betting on the 2 NFL preseason games tonight, call Gamblers Anonymous.
Yes.
You have a problem.
Yes, you do.
If you have to bet on a game that nobody who is playing in it cares who wins, you've got issues.
When nobody knows...
So just look yourself in the mirror and say, wow, I bet like $200 on the Giants tonight in a preseason game. Just check yourself right in.
Yeah.
You've got a problem. If you need the action that bad, then you've got an issue. Don't bet on NFL preseason.
I will extend that
Please.
to betting on esports, which is video game sports.
Having said that,
Let's make some bets.
Well, we can pick the games, and that's what we're doing. Giants are favored by 4 over the Lions. Tonight, preseason football. Now, these two teams have scrimmaged all week.
Oh, they've been getting
and they've
fights.
gotten into like 20 fights.
Yes.
So tonight actually might be worth watching. Do you care to pick either of these teams? I mean, how do you know who to pick?
I don't.
Nobody's playing in the game. It's the first preseason game.
I'll go with the Lions because they are getting points.
That's what I would do, too. New England 6 over Carolina. Again, I'm only doing this because at least it's hinting to me that football is coming up.
Yes.
Patriots, Panthers. Panthers coming off the 2-15 season. I think they're going to have to, show what they got tonight. I'll take the Panthers.
Oh, wow.
Plus
okay.
6.
Jeez, I didn't think that.
You taking New England?
Is it Gerard Mayo? Yes.
I don't know.
The coach of the Patriots?
I don't know.
Do
And
I think that they're
certainly don't
6-point favorites?
I mean, should they be 6 points better than anybody? The Patriots? Tom Brady's long gone, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go Panthers.
All right. You said Gerard Mayo, very good New England coach. Named the Carolina coach for like 500.
I know this,
Alex.
I know this.
There's
he
no
came
way
from
anybody
Tampa.
knows this.
He came from Tampa. He was a Tampa offensive coordinator.
Really?
Yes.
You know that much?
I do. I can't remember his. Is it Manny something?
Carolina. I'm typing it
Oh,
in.
you don't even know. You're asking legitimately.
No, it's not Manny anything.
But he was the Tampa Bay.
He might have been. His name is Dave.
Dave.
Oh, you think you got this?
Dave.
You don't got it.
Morales?
Canales.
Oh, okay. I was somewhat close.
He's from Carson, California.
Oh.
And went to college at Azusa Pacific, just up the road.
What's he doing in Carolina?
Don't know, but he got a head coaching job. Makes his debut tonight. USA women's basketball, 17 points over Australia. Semifinals tomorrow.
They've been cruising.
They've been cruising. I'll take the Americans.
Yeah, I will too.
They're rolling. Tonight, Hunter Green against the Marlins.
He's been great.
He's been great. 7.5 strikeouts. Over under.
I would have to think over.
Sounds like an over. It is the Marlins.
And he's been striking out everyone.
Phillies and Diamondbacks tonight. Phillies are favored by 1.5 on the road against the red-hot Diamondbacks. I'm going to take the Diamondbacks. They're hot.
Yeah, the Phillies have not been great, as you've been pointing out throughout the show. Diamondbacks have been good.
Phillies did just take 2 or 3 from the Dyers.
I'm going to say Phillies.
Pitching matchup is Jordan Montgomery against Colby Allard.
Oh, yes.
Colby Allard is on the Phillies. So with that in mind, 10 runs over under. Sounds like some offense. I'll say over.
10 runs. Yeah, I will too.
All right, there we go. Some fun games to pick. But again, public service announcement. If you are wagering on one of these NFL preseason games, check yourself right in. You got problems. That's just crazy dumb to do.
It's pretty.
I know
it's
I'm
pretty
speaking.
bad.
I know I'm speaking to a bunch of people out there right now that are like, Chris, shut up. Yeah,
Let me do my
Let
betting.
me do what I want to do.
But the problem with preseason is you just have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give it to you if you're betting a game and you've analyzed it and you think you know who might win or whatever. At least you're putting some intelligence into your selection.
Joel,
but this is like, this is a flip. You might as well bet on flipping a coin, which people do.
You do for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Joel the Kid says Hunter Green has been good for my fantasy team. So Joel the Kid's listening. He's proven that he was telling the truth.
I like Joel the Kid.
Yeah, me too.
I like his name.
Yeah.
All right, more Gwynn and Chris coming up. I think our countdown is next. And along with our countdown, there was a crazy story that came out of the Olympic Games today that might even tip over into the political arena.
Oh, no.
I won't go there, but I'm going to just let you know what happened today.
Okay.
It's worthy of a note. It's coming up next when Gwynn and Chris returns.
This is Matt
welcome back. Gwynn Chris, 3:38 is the time. Really interesting story at the Olympics today. We'll get into it as part of our countdown, which is Olympic flavored today. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together in our Odyssey Palace studios. We normally do the countdown on the Friday show, but tomorrow we have only an hour with you.
Yes.
So we're going to do it today. But before we get to it, Skraby, I want to remind everybody. Actually, I guess I don't have anything to remind anybody of.
What are you talking about?
I was looking ahead on my board.
Okay.
Well, I'll remind everybody anyway. If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine. Coronado, La Jolla, Petco Park. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com. The best. All right, check traffic, then countdown.
Wait, what about your news story?
I'm going to give it in the countdown.
Okay.
It'll be part of the countdown.
Okay.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Still going to find the Home Avenue off-ramp blocked off of northbound 805, all due to a pole that got knocked down in an accident. Now, on the southbound side of the 805 El Cajon Boulevard off-ramp, there is a collision involving a motorcyclist. This could actually be blocking lanes on the main line of South 805, so just watch out for some confusion there. Further south on the 805 before the 54, stalled vehicle in the center divide. Eastbound King Freeway past College got an accident involving a motorcycle. That's blocking the right lane. Northbound side of the 163, just past the 5 T-vehicle accident, over to the right shoulder. And they reopened Leucadia on-ramp to northbound 5 Coastline. They had that shut down for a bit, all due to an accident involving an overturned RV. Still going to find middle lanes blocked on northbound 15 Valley Parkway with a collision. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's now time for Gwynn and Chris to rank their top 5 of the day.
Gonna grip and rip as usual.
But this isn't just a regular top 5 list.
I love it. It sounds sadistic, but I love it.
This is the countdown. And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
You think they're taking Little League Baseball seriously enough?
I do.
They have replay now in Little League games.
Yes.
Yeah, can't miss a call in a Little League game.
No, it could change
means
everything. It does.
Yeah.
It does.
I don't know. We take life a little too seriously sometimes, but that's just me. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby, Gwynn and Chris, countdown. Top 5 events that we've enjoyed at this year's Olympic Games. Top 5 events that we've enjoyed the most at this year's Olympic Games. And among this, I'll give you the story that is going down today because it's part of one of my picks. You want to go first?
Oh, sure.
What's your number 5 event of this
see.
Year's Olympic Games so far?
All right.
Give you the first crack.
Number 5.
Oh, gosh, Matt. Yes, I just said, oh gosh, Matt, on the radio because I messed up. My number 5 is going to be something that you didn't see coming, Chris. And I wanted to get one of these random sports on there.
Okay.
But I sat down and started watching trampoline. And watched it for a good, solid 45 minutes.
Enjoyed the trampoline.
It's really awesome.
I missed it.
I gotta say, it's
how
awesome.
Did they? How high off the trampoline do they get?
20, 30 feet.
3 stories up in the air?
Yeah, it's crazy.
No, come on.
It's
30
crazy,
feet?
and then they do crazy
They get as high.
things.
Okay, they get as high as the 10-meter platform in diving. They get that high off the ground in the trampoline.
Yeah. And
Wow.
then they when they land, they do the same thing everybody does. They try to like take the spring out of the trampoline. It's just I was watching this thing. This dude was doing twists and turns like I've never seen before, and I had a really good time watching trampoline.
Trampoline.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Yes.
All right, number 5 for me. This is more surprising than trampoline. I even surprised myself by enjoying this.
Okay.
Synchronized swimming.
You talked about this yesterday.
I did. They have come miles and miles in synchronized swimming from the days when they just raised an arm out of the pool to doing twists and throwing people up in the air and what'd you say, moonwalking underwater?
They absolutely did it. I don't know how they did it.
They have so many. Their moves are amazing. Synchronized swimming is like a whole new animal. It's nothing close.
Chris is like really impressed.
Really impressed because I was expecting, just the same old. Do you remember when they first came out with it and they had those little plugs that plug their nose, and they kind of looked silly. They don't even have that anymore. They've moved past that.
What, do they have like wax up their nose now?
I don't know what they do, but they don't have that ugly, deterrent. But they did the moves that they make.
I like how they cover it too, because
really
they cover
impressed.
The camera angle is halfway in the water, halfway out of the water, and you can see everything that's going on under the water, which is almost incredible, or as incredible as what's going on.
They tossed some lady out of the pool with
and
a backflip.
Twist.
I know. It's good. Synchronized swimming. It's not your mother's synchronized swimming.
It's not your
really,
mother's synchronized
really come
swimming.
a long way.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Number 4.
My number 4 is something that I usually love to watch during the Olympics, but this year was even better. Did you see the Turkish sharpshooter, Chris? That I can't even say his name. Turkish sharpshooter.
No.
He
is this obviously
it's like a pistol. It's a pistol event, and this dude. Everybody has these like crazy glasses where you have like magnifying glasses on your glasses,
right?
And you look like some super villain. This dude just wore his regular glasses, and he shot with his hand in his pocket like he was just down at the shooting range on a Sunday afternoon.
And knocking out
And he
bullseyes?
was cool, calm, collected, and this dude was kind of a star. I really appreciate the shooting because it's just fun to watch, and those people are so good at shooting. But the that specific event with the guy from Turkey, big fan of his.
The cool dude from Turkey.
Yes.
Did he win an award medal?
I believe he did.
Good.
I should know.
Cool guy from Turkey on the shooting.
Yes.
All right, number 4 for me was the men's 1,500-meter race, which was won in dramatic, thrilling, like jump off the edge of your couch fashion by Cole Hawker of the United States of America. I don't know if you saw the race.
I
the
did
1,500 meters. You had the two big favorites. One guy was from Norway. The other guy was from Great Britain. Nobody was going to beat these guys. They were out there. Basically, the 1,500 meters was to see who the best was between those two guys.
Okay.
And the guy from Norway had the lead the whole way. And on the last turn, the guy from Great Britain passed him and, raced by him. It looked like the Great Britain guy had it. Lo and behold, on the inside, right along the rail, came this American, Cole Hawker, who was only the second best American in the race.
Wow.
And it was like the Great Britain guy was looking over one shoulder. Cole Hawker snuck through on the rail and nipped him at the wire to get the gold medal. It was awesome. And he set the Olympic record by doing it. The guy from Great Britain said, hey, applause to him because I would have set the Olympic record had I won. So he had to beat that. They called it like the upset of the Olympic Games. It was really something.
I got to go back and see that finish.
Watch that finish.
I'm going to talk about a race finish when you get to your little thing later, but that's a good one.
Yeah, it was a good race.
By the way, the Turkish shooter, he won silver as a part of the Turkish team, not in solo
he was a
competition.
team winner.
Yeah, but here's a picture, Chris, of him. And this is the other guy to the left where he has these like crazy glasses on, and then he just has regular reading glasses.
And did he really have his hand in his pocket?
He did.
Other hand in his pocket? So he was like Mr. Cool.
Mr. Cool, calm, collected.
All right.
All right, my number 3 is something that I wish I could do. Like, if I could say I want to be good at something maybe for a day.
Okay.
Skateboarding. I love skateboarding.
You like the skateboarders.
I love the tricks that they do. I love all of the skating. I'm a big skateboard fan. I watch skateboarding videos. In high school, I tried to be a skateboarder. Probably the worst skateboarder on the face of the earth. So I can't do it, but I love watching skateboarding, and I watched a lot of it in the Olympics.
When I was in high school, I was a year ahead. My mom graduated me ahead when I was young.
Okay. We have a genius in the room.
If that's what you want to call me, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. But my point is everyone was driving when they were a sophomore or a junior because they were 16 years old. I was not.
Oh.
So in order to get places, I skateboarded.
Were you
Can you
good?
believe that? Me?
No, I cannot believe that.
I couldn't do a single trick, but I could get from point A to point B. My skateboard took me everywhere back in the day.
Wow. You were good at it, huh?
A little surprising to you.
Like, just didn't fall? Because one time I fell so hard, I never did it again.
No, I was moved along nicely on my skateboard back in the day.
All right.
All right.
What was your number 3?
Number 3 for me was the walking.
The fast walking.
I'm just the fast walking. There's nothing funnier than watching these guys waddle around the Eiffel Tower. I don't know what it is. It makes me laugh.
Yeah.
The elbows are waving, the knees are going, the hips are swiveling, and they're just cruising along. And as I mentioned yesterday, the guy who wins walking gets the same medal as the decathlon champ, so why not walk? Why be in a hurry?
I think in Malcolm in the Middle, do you remember that show?
I do, but I didn't see it.
Bryan Cranston's character got into fast walking for a little bit.
He did.
Yeah,
that's great.
He did.
Right.
That's a good one because those are fun to watch as well.
The walking.
Number 2.
Now, number 2, I got to tell you, Chris, I was betting this morning, and I almost put down $50 on Scotty Scheffler to win the gold in the golf event. He was plus 900. Didn't do it because I listened to my inner self, but I should have because Scotty Scheffler won the gold with a 62 on Sunday. Because we were 2 hours ahead, I got to watch all of the golf. Like, the golf was in prime time where we were, and I watched each round.
I didn't see much of the golf. I was following it, though. I know Schauffele had the lead going into the final round. Scheffler shot a 62, and then in true Olympic, what makes the Olympics is when they played the national anthem, and Scheffler just broke down.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about one of the most steely-eyed competitors in all of sports, but when he heard that anthem playing for him, it meant something.
He was reflecting on his year of being arrested.
You think that's what it was?
Championship.
He had quite the year.
He
Scotty
did have quite the
Scheffler.
year, but
quite the year.
The golf was really good.
Well,
really
it was a good tournament. Good tournament.
Yeah.
Number 2 for me was the table tennis. I really liked. I'm telling you, man, these guys play incredible table tennis, and the gals. The rallies are sensational.
They are.
The serving when they toss it up and they spin it, and I can watch that all night, and I did a couple of nights.
Really
enjoyed a couple of the table tennis. I don't have to know any of the competitors.
No.
Just enjoy watching that sport. I guess maybe one of the reasons I like it is because I can play table tennis, but not like that. Like, it's a whole different thing what they're doing out there.
I mean, I don't even know how they do it.
Right.
They're like machines. The thing is moving so fast.
And they're hitting the table. I mean, the table's not that small, and they're having no trouble. All right, number 1, are we going with the same thing here?
No.
Number 1.
I think, I'm going to go with swimming. I don't know why.
Swimming
I
for
love
you.
swimming in the Olympics, and it's been fun to watch, because they have the new graphic that tells you how fast they're swimming. I found that very interesting because you can tell when someone's, gaining on another person, but I also found it interesting when they dive in on the first lap. They're way faster than when they come back, which makes sense.
Unless you're Katie Ledecky. She just
Katie
goes the same
Ledecky,
speed no matter
she
what.
does. I also saw a video of Katie Ledecky swimming with a glass of milk on her head, and she did the freestyle all the way there, all the way back, and she didn't spill one drop of milk. That's incredible.
It was chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk, sorry.
Correct.
At least I got this.
I saw the same video.
Okay.
All right, number 1
Did
for
it
me.
impress you as much as it impressed me?
It did.
Okay.
I liked it. Number 1 for me was the 100 meters and the finish.
Yes.
And Noah Lyles leaning to win the gold medal over the Jamaican guy. Just incredible. I mean, I like the 100 meters to begin with, but to have a finish like that, people will remember that forever.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It was awesome. So that was my number 1. But that is what leads me into my story today.
Yes.
And we got a couple of minutes for it.
We do. Can I get some, real quick before you go into that, can I get some honorable mentions from the chat?
Yeah.
Jacob says climbing. A lot of people.
I heard about the speed climbing.
That's what I told you about yesterday.
Yes,
that was incredible.
Peter Parker their way up the board.
We got some equestrian. I saw equestrian, which, by the way, some of these views in the Olympics were amazing. The equestrian, you had Versailles behind, and then in the cycling, you had the Eiffel Tower.
I like that, but equestrian I can't. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you show me a horse, put him at Del Mar. Just don't make him jump over steeples.
And last one is breaking, which hasn't started yet.
I don't think breaking has even started yet.
So we haven't seen it, but it might shoot to the top of my list. Who knows?
Who knows?
Anyway.
All right, here's the story on Noah Lyles that I think is going to be, create some controversy, if nothing else. And if you don't want to know what happened in the 200-meter Olympic final in the race, you want to watch it tonight.
Turn off the radio for 2 minutes.
Yeah, turn off the radio for 2 minutes. But Noah Lyles went for the double. He got the 100 in that great race. Today went for the 200. He finished third. Today got the bronze medal. But here's the story that is going to, I think, create some controversy. Maybe I'm wrong, and hopefully I'm just wrong and it goes away, but it won't. He told reporters afterwards he ran the race with COVID-19.
Yeah.
He had it. He tested positive for it 2 days ago. And he's had COVID ever since Tuesday morning. He woke up feeling the chills. You know, that's when I had it. That's what I had.
I gave you.
You gave me those chills. But he had the symptoms. He went and got tested. He tested positive. I'm just saying there's a lot of people probably somewhere that are going to say, why in the world was he even allowed to race? Who allowed this to happen? You have COVID. You're supposed to shut down, stay away from the rest of the world.
I don't know if that's the thing anymore. I would have to look into their COVID procedures.
Yeah.
Because this does sound like it is against some sort of rule.
Doesn't it seem like there's somebody somewhere who's going to be upset by this?
We haven't had a COVID test positive. Let me start that over, Chris.
Okay.
We haven't had a Major League Baseball player test positive for COVID in a while, so I don't know what they would do. I mean, they would remove him from the team,
I can't imagine, even in this day and age, 4 years after the whole pandemic, but I can't imagine if, Jerkson Profar tested positive for COVID somehow, he'd be in the lineup.
Yeah, I can't imagine that
So
either.
this guy ran for the 200-meter medal and had COVID. Anyway, I'm not going to I'm going to leave the whole political thing to the rest of you out there. You guys go ahead and fight that over.
No, it does.
I'm just imagining there's going to be somebody somewhere who isn't thrilled by this, and then there's other people who are going to say, "What's the big deal?"
There could also be people in the race that are like, "Hey, I am, I don't handle COVID. Or I'm not a good person with COVID.
Right?
Or
it's a very dangerous thing for me or my family. Or
I'm going to learn how to talk in the break, Chris.
Would you please?
Yes.
Chris versus the Fans is next. 833-288-0973. Play some trivia. You could be headed to Las Vegas.
97.3 The Fan.
Hi, welcome back, San Diego. Gwynn and Chris. Chrisello. Tony Gwynn Jr. is on vacation this week. Matt Skraby's back from vacation this week.
Do we know where he is?
Yeah, well, we do.
Oh.
I'm not telling you.
Oh, great.
But I know he's been hard at work getting us ready for our fantasy football league. A league that will now include the great one. We made way for Sam Levitt to join the league this year. So I'll have somebody else to kick around.
You know, Sam last year, when we started our Survivor League for the show, which I need to get going, actually.
Yes, I had our boss. Not just our boss boss.
Okay.
Michael Valenzuela.
Yes.
Asked me about when is Skraby going to put up the Survivor League.
Wow, okay.
So
then
you better hurry up and get on
that. Yeah, if Tony's able to get the league going before me, I need to rethink my life.
That's the least you can do, yeah.
I forgot where I was going with that, to be honest. Oh, Sam Levitt in the Survivor League. Last year, he did 1 week, and then he bowed out in the second week because he forgot to pick a team. So, Sam, if you're listening, you're going to have to make sure you are coming correct every single Sunday with your fantasy football team. This is a serious league. I am the champion. It's a serious league.
I can't believe you're the champion. I really can't believe
Champ is here.
No, the champ is done. It's time to prove yourself all over again.
Well, you know what I'm going to do?
And you're not going to have the same. You're not going to have the same advantage you had last year when we were able to keep Jamar Chase in the 8th round.
Yeah, he's back in the pool.
And dominated everybody with that last year.
He's back in the pool.
Yeah. So
anyway,
all right. Fantasy football is kind of underway. We're pretty excited by it for sure. And I'm sure your league out there is rolling along nicely, or at least getting close. But you got to get the Survivor pool up there when the boss asks.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
that's going to have to happen tonight.
That needs to be taken care of.
That's going to happen real soon.
All right, you take care of that. Where are we at? Oh, Chris versus the Fan.
Yes.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello.
I've only run this show for like 7 years. You'd think I've kind of figured it out by now. But truth be told, you know, it's a learning process every day. You can get qualified right now for our grand prize. That is a 2-night stay at Resorts World Las Vegas and 2 tickets to Carrie Underwood. You better be nice to her. Otherwise, she'll smash out both your headlights.
Yeah,
and
she'll dig her key into your car.
Carve her name into your leather seats, I think it is.
Carve my name into
yes.
your leather seats.
Yeah, I didn't want you to sing that.
It's a good song.
Carrie Underwood Reflection at, it's called Carrie Underwood Reflection. It's at Resorts World Theater. By overwhelming demand, Carrie has extended her Las Vegas residency through spring of 2025. Carrie Underwood, Las Vegas, critically acclaimed production, Reflection. The Las Vegas residency goes August 14th to October 26th, 2024. Resorts World Theater. Boy, this is a little confusing, I must tell you.
I was reading it earlier, and I thought about telling you in the break.
I'm trying to help the listeners out there. It says that her residency goes August 14th to October 26th, but it also says it's been extended through spring of 2025. So make of that what you will. But here's this. Just win and qualify and go see the show yourself. Tickets for 2024 and 25 are on sale now at axis.com. That's AXS.com. Also, rwlasvegas.com. Please get me out of this.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know Gen 4.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, you have to make it through 3 questions here. Each question's going to get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question, or you win. And Chris versus the Fan is presented by SD Fat Loss. Lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Visit sdfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation.
That's just not true.
Because I lost 40 pounds.
I lost 37.
Yes.
So
you can lose
it's even
more.
better than that.
You can lose more.
That's right.
Podzilla is also a fantasy football champion, so congratulations to you, Podzilla. Yeah. I have the champions here.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into...
Thanks, Podzilla, for giving him another chance to spout off about that.
All right, here we go with our first contestant. Let's go to Ryan. Hello, Ryan. Are you there?
Hey, guys.
Hello.
I'm here.
Also, I forgot to say, if you are a first-time player, let us know before the first question. You get that one for free, okay?
Yep.
Bueno.
All right.
I'm a first-time player.
Oh, he is a first-time player.
I wasn't sure.
He's already passed question 1.
Yes, here we go to question number 2. What team did Big Papi David Ortiz start his Major League Baseball career with?
Ooh.
Interesting question.
I'm not sure. Detroit?
Detroit.
Stay there. I don't know the Chris.
I do.
Oh,
and
okay.
It's too bad, Ryan. The reason I know this is because when he was with this team, he was as skinny as a toothpick.
Oh.
And we've looked up the pictures before on this show because David Ortiz looked like he couldn't hit the ball out of the infield when he played for the Twins.
That's correct.
And then
I'm
all of a
sorry,
sudden
Ryan.
he went to the Red Sox and he got a little bigger. I don't want to say that he was cheating, even though I think he was actually caught cheating.
Do you think he just ate a lot?
No, I think
Ate a lot of chowder?
I think he started taking steroids.
Well, it's same for Barry Bonds.
Well, I'm not saying, hey, look, he was in the era that he was in. But if you want to see a funny picture, just think of David Ortiz in your mind.
Yeah.
And then call up on Google a picture of David Ortiz with the Minnesota Twins. You'll be like, what?
Who is that?
Yeah.
That's
it's
the same
totally
Big Papi?
different guy.
Did they call him Small Papi when he was in Minnesota?
I don't know, but he didn't do anything, so the Twins were more than happy to let him go to the Red Sox, where he became one of the greatest players in the league.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our next contestant. We're going to go with Alex in Cardiff. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Too much? Good.
Good to have you.
Here we go. Question number 1. What happens when a pitcher balks in baseball? I hate that word.
What happens?
What happens? What's the penalty for balking in baseball?
Well, each base runner advances.
All right.
There you go.
That's it. Yeah, there you go.
Quit while you're ahead, Alex. You got it. Very good.
I still don't. I understand the balk rule, but sometimes I'm like, what are they calling that for? Like, it doesn't look like he did anything.
Usually, if they come set and then they make a movement of some kind before they go into their actual pitch.
Okay.
That's a balk. But you're right. It is hard to explain.
All right, here we go. Alex, question number 2. Let's stick with the theme of what we did last time. What team did Sammy Sosa make his Major League Baseball debut with?
Ooh. Samuel.
White Sox?
White Sox. Stay there. I didn't know this actually until I looked it up.
This is one of those things where Alex hurt himself by knowing as much as he did. Because I couldn't remember which of the two teams he started with. It was either going to be the Rangers or the White Sox. But since he gets the White Sox and it was wrong, I will guess the Rangers, and I'll probably be right. Yeah.
Sorry
That's
about
too bad,
that,
Alex.
Alex.
If Alex said, I just don't know, then I would have been left with a 50-50 there.
You got to play the game.
I would have been left with a 50-50, but once he said White Sox, of course he could have been right, but yeah, Rangers, he was only with them for a moment.
And I think he finished his career with them.
Boy, that's a good question. I don't know where he finished.
I had no idea he was a White Sox before he was a Cub.
He was a White Sox for a little while, and much like David Ortiz, he hit 1 home run, he hit 3 home runs,
Mr. Skinny.
He hit 10 home runs, he hit 8 home runs.
Then he hit 63
then
home
he hit
runs.
66, 63, 50, 64, 49.
Well, Wrigley Field is an easier park to hit in,
I wonder how that happened.
Okay. Right. Here we go to our next contestant, Ray in Rancho Penasquitos. Hello, Ray.
Hello, Ray.
Are you ready to play, Ray?
Good to have you on. He's ready.
Is Ray there?
Yeah, he's there. I hear him. Oh,
not really.
Well, now he's muffled.
You have a bad line, Ray.
Yeah. Well, don't hang up yet. Give him a shot.
I'm giving him a shot. Ray, can you move 2 feet to your left, please?
Try that.
Are you there, Ray?
Try it again, Ray.
Okay, we're just going to try. We're just going to try. Here we go, Ray. Question number 1.
Ray wants to play. Come on.
What is lit during the opening ceremony of the Olympics?
What is lit?
What is lit during the opening ceremony of the Olympics?
Snoop Dogg. Ha!
Hey-o!
Hey-o! Snoop Dogg. He's probably is lit.
What'd you say?
The Olympic flame.
Yes,
Very good. I think my answer's correct as well.
It is. He was
I
having
believe
fun.
Snoop Dogg is always lit.
His
so.
badminton commentary was great, I have to say.
He's funny.
All right, here we go. Question number 2, Ray. I'm going to give you 3 players. You're going to tell me what team they played on. Craig Kimbrell, now Padre Jason Adam, and Jason Hayward. What team did they play for?
Together.
Together. Don't need a year, just the team name.
Can you repeat the question?
What team did these 3 players play together on? Craig Kimbrell, Jason Adam, Jason Hayward. I'm going to have to give you a buzzer here. 3.
Cubs.
Or
I gotta go to you, Chris.
For what?
Do we think that was looked up?
No.
Because he had
Ray,
no idea.
you wouldn't look this up, would you?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm on my phone.
No, he said he wouldn't look it
Oh,
up.
because
Hayward
there's
was
no
on the
internet on the phone.
I believe him. Move on.
Okay.
Move
I'm just
on.
saving myself from a million messages.
I'm sorry you're going to get messages, but don't get mad at the contestants.
All
Ray,
right.
you're on to the finale.
That's right. I have integrity, baby.
All
there
right,
you go.
Ray.
He says he has
All right.
integrity. He also has a clear signal now, so that's
Yes, he
good.
does.
A lot of things you're going to raise.
All right, Ray, here we go.
For the title.
Out of these 5 players, which is the only one with a career batting average over 300? Again, out of these 5 players, which is the only one with a career batting average over 300? Ken Griffey Jr., Albert Pujols, Buster Posey, Yadier Molina, Barry Bonds. Which one was the only one with a batting average of their career over 300?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to take a guess.
That's a tough one.
I'm going to say
over
Bad
300.
Boy Barry Bonds.
He's going with Bad Boy Barry Bonds.
Bad Boy Barry Bonds. Sorry, Ray.
I would
Stay
not
there,
have gone
though.
with Barry Bonds.
Stay there.
But I got a guess, too. I need the other 4 names.
Ken
just
Griffey
as a
Jr.?
Reminder. Yeah.
Albert Pujols?
I think so.
Buster Posey?
I think so,
Yadier
too.
Molina.
There's 2. Yadier Molina's not even close. I think Yadier Molina's about 260. Ken Griffey Jr., no way. So it's it's down to those 2. Pujols had a big average, but Posey might have been over 300. Posey?
Sorry,
I
Ray.
got lucky. Sorry, Ray.
Oh, man.
50-50. I wonder what Pujols said. I bet it was close.
298, I think, or 297. I think Ken Griffey Jr. was up there, too.
Really? A little higher than I thought.
I tried to pick contestant or pick players that were close. But I just want to see what Ken Griffey Jr. is real quick before we move on. He had a 284 batting average.
284. All right. What was Yadier Molina? He was.
You were right, though. You were right. I had to add another catcher in there because I didn't want you to be like, oh, well, Buster Posey's the only catcher.
Posey at 300. That's pretty good.
277 for Yadier Molina.
That's higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, I think Buster Posey was like 302 or something.
Okay.
All right, we're back.
On we go.
To our next contestant. Let's go to Emilio.
Oh, Emilio.
Hello, Emilio.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not too much.
You know, Emilio.
Here we go, Emilio.
Got it going on.
Question number 1.
Let's play.
Coming into today, what team leads the American League West?
Coming into today.
Do the Astros?
It's going with the Astros. That's a tough one. It could be the Mariners. Oh, it's the Astros. That was a 50-50. They change pretty much every day.
They do. And the Astros are now in first place by a half a game.
Okay.
Here we go. Emilio, question number 2. Where did Michael Phelps go to college?
Oh, boy.
Phelps? Damn.
Never heard of him.
I'm just going to guess. USC?
USC. Chris, did you say never heard of him?
Huh?
Never mind. Stay there, Emilio.
I don't know where he went to school. I never heard.
Someone said Humboldt on the chat, which is not
What'd
true,
they
but
say?
very Humboldt State.
Oh, Humboldt State.
Which is not true, but very
They got
funny.
a fine swimming program there. I don't know. He's from Baltimore. I don't know where he went to school. I'm going to say Maryland. I don't know.
Maryland,
Yeah,
a terrapin.
I don't know.
I mean, turtles do swim.
I don't know where he went.
Wow, Emilio.
Where'd he go?
Michigan. He was a Wolverine.
He was?
Yeah.
Ah,
I hope so.
I never liked him.
Yeah. I don't know why you have this vendetta against Michael Phelps. It's very strange.
I don't, actually. I'm jealous that he used to get to eat all that food.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you ever see the meal he got to eat when he was in
like
training?
McDonald's.
Oh, that's what I wanted.
It's not actually that great when you're in it, but
It
it
looks
looks great.
fabulous.
All right, here we go, Emilio.
He was
Final
a Michigan
question.
Wolverine. I think that should have been a three-pointer.
Really?
frankly. Yeah.
Well, they talked about him so much during the Olympics.
They do?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Clayton Kershaw won his last Cy Young in what season?
Kershaw.
Ooh,
How are we going to know this?
that was a while ago. I'm just gonna guess. Let's do like 2015.
2015.
Did you say 2015? Is that
He
what you
did.
said?
Yeah.
Okay. Stay there, Emilio.
I don't know. Kershaw. 2014?
If you were on the cameras, you just saw one of the biggest eye rolls of all time.
I guess I got it right.
Yes, 2014 was the last time. I'm sorry, Emilio.
Emilio only missed it by one.
He did.
That's a
I feel
bummer.
bad about it. All right, we're going to go to tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker. Do I get to choose today?
Sure.
I like to choose.
Yes, you do.
I like to choose the tiebreaker. I don't have a good one, though.
All right.
You do it today.
I'm going to go with Dalton Varsho is on our TV. We're going Dalton Varsho.
Dalton Varsho.
He's at bat right now.
Oh, all right.
It was the first thing that came to my mind, but here we go. Let me give the contestant, who's been the next longest holding contestant. Jason has been. Hello, Jason.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello,
Good
Jason.
afternoon.
Good
You know how to do
afternoon.
the tiebreaker?
I sure do.
Okay.
All right,
he's
here we
ready.
go. I'm going to give Chris this number. I'm not even going to try to explain it. I always
Just
mess it up.
Give us
Here
a
we go,
question.
Chris.
I'll give you the number.
Okay, here we go, Chris. How many? I'll just do it. How many home runs does Dalton Varsho have in his career?
How many years
5
has he
years.
played? 5 years.
3 with Arizona, 2 with Toronto.
60.
60 home runs. Jason, is the actual answer higher or lower?
Let's go lower.
Lower.
Dalton Varsho's hit more than 60?
He's hit 74.
Wow.
Yeah, 74.
Thought you had that one.
He only had 3 in 2020, obviously, and then he had 27 in his final year with the Diamondbacks and 20 last year.
Really?
All right, let's go to our next
No wonder I
contestant.
never win fantasy baseball leagues. I thought Dalton Varsho was terrible.
Oh, he's not terrible.
Yeah, not terrible.
Let's go to Randy. Randy, are you ready to play the tiebreaker?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, Chris. How many? What's his career batting average?
Dalton Varsho?
Yeah.
246.
246. Randy, is the actual answer higher or lower?
The 27 home runs threw me. I'm going to say higher. I got faith in him.
You shouldn't. Sorry about that, Randy.
What is his average?
See, this is where he becomes a bad baseball player.
He's not very good.
224.
224.
Career
Wow, not
average.
even close.
All right. Next longest holding caller, Fernando. Fernando, are you there?
Hey, yes, sir. What's going on, guys? Go Padres.
Go
Yeah, boy,
Padres.
Fernando, you tell him.
All right, Chris.
We're on a roll.
How many times has Dalton Varsho struck out in his 5-year career?
Do I say 400? Like, has he struck out 80 times a year? 300.
300. Fernando, is the actual answer higher or lower?
I believe that's an easy higher.
An easy
higher. You are correct. It is an easy
what
higher,
was it?
Fernando. Stay right there. I'm going
Was
to
it
get your
400?
information in the break. Way more than that.
Really?
In 5 years, he struck out 486
Oh, my
times.
God. He's
Yes.
awful. That's what I thought originally.
His OPS plus for his career is basically average at 95, but he doesn't have a good batting average, and he struck out a lot.
I didn't know he struck out that much. All right, very good, Fernando.
Yeah,
you
stay
win
right
the
there.
Chris vs. the Fans today. You could be on your way to Las Vegas to see Carrie Underwood. We're on our way to check some traffic now on Gwynn and Chris.
From the 97.3
4:27 is the time. This from Project Gutenberg.
Huh?
Her skinniness makes her repulsive to me, and her face gives everyone the impression that she just sucked an enormous lemon.
Oh my gosh, Chris! There were so many ways I thought that was going.
Why did I read that? Because skinniness is a word.
You just had to prove it to yourself?
Just had to prove it to everybody out there.
You're going to subject us to that explanation?
I had to subject everybody to everything. Welcome back. Gwynn and Chris here. Victory for Fernando in today's Chris versus the Fans. Coming up shortly, big fight. It's been a good show.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we missed Tony, of course, but I think it's been rolling along nicely here.
Me too. I'm back in the saddle, and it also helps when the Padres sweep a team like the Pirates.
My goodness, they're just, and the way they did it.
Yeah. Some dramatic game last night, dramatic game today, a 3-hour rain out on Tuesday.
It took a long time, but they got it done.
They did.
All 3 games, I think, were 3 hours.
Yeah.
First one was because of the rain, but
Last
night's game
4.
was well over 3 hours.
Yeah.
Today was right around 3 hours.
3 hours and 1 minute.
There you go. So the Padres have won 14 out of 16 games. They are currently a narrow 2.5 games behind the Dodgers. How does that sound? I was trying to look up, and maybe you know where to look this up.
Okay.
What was their biggest deficit to the Dodgers this year?
Oh, let me see.
Like 12, 14 games? I'm not sure how far back, because they got so far behind that I just stopped looking. You know what I mean? And like it wasn't
there
even
was at least
important.
10 games one point in this year.
Oh, I know it was more than 10. No, they're way more than 10.
Hold on, I'm going there right
now. But I
now.
don't know. Where are you looking for this?
Baseball Ref, I think, reference.
You think
I
Baseball
think
Reference will
does
have it?
But
I don't
trying
think so.
to.
I don't think they put there. But they, they might. I don't know.
Yeah, that says games behind.
Oh, all right.
All right. So they went to 4. Let's see. It was 8 on May 20th.
Yeah, but that's.
And then it was 10 on June 18th.
Yeah.
And
it never got more than that?
No, 10 is it. From
Get
what I'm
outta
seeing,
here.
June 18th, 10 games, and then it went 9, 8, 8.5, 7.5. Pretty, yeah. Now they're only 3 games. Or
2.5.
2.5, sorry.
So they've never been more than 10 games behind the Dodgers.
It looks like that.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the same thing. June 18th, they were 37-40.
Oh, gosh.
Wow. That was bad.
Oh, you know what they were doing? They were getting beat for the second time in Philly that day. So those were bad times.
37-40 was their record. They were 10 back. I thought they were way more than 10 back.
I did too. I didn't think maybe it was like 15 or anything, but at least more than 10.
Yeah, well, it's 2.5 now, baby.
You hear that, Dodgers?
Yeah, we're creeping. We're creeping.
I've always believed in the Padres winning the division this year. Everybody called me crazy.
Well, okay.
What?
I find it hard to believe that you really believe this.
I do.
Nobody's believed it. Nobody even thought it was a possibility. Not even remote.
You told me to get rid of my hopes of the division months ago.
Yes, everybody told you.
And I told you I'm not looking at the standings until August 1st. And now I can look at the standings, and now I can claim that I always believed.
By the way, next opponent for the Los Angeles Dodgers, after an off day today, they'll be home to Mitch Keller, Paul Skeens, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. But they get the best 2 pitchers Pittsburgh has, Keller and Skeens.
I like it.
All 3, or both of whom were avoided by the Padres. Keller's having a great year.
Yeah, he is.
And we know Skeens.
They have to. I just don't understand how they couldn't make Paul Skeens match up once in these 2 series that they're going to be playing
with the Padres.
Because I know that Jackson Merrill would take a beat.
Because everything is going our way right now, Skraby, and that's just a fact.
I took a lot of heat the other day, Chris, and I know we're going to talk about Jackson Merrill for Rookie of the Year, but I put up something on Twitter on Monday, and I took a lot of heat from the Skeens people out there.
Well, we'll get into it in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll have a little more time, but I want to make, yet another case for Merrill. And I haven't been making a loud case, but it's starting to get that way. And as I said earlier on this show, Jackson Merrill just had a whole lot to do with the Padres winning 3 games. while Paul Skeens never left the dugout.
Mm-hmm.
And that has to factor into this a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I understand the Paul Skeens argument. I do. But the Jackson Merrill argument is getting stronger and stronger by the day.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. But next, we've got the Big Five. I don't know what Skraby's got in store for us on that. We'll find out together when Gwynn and Chris returns. Padres over the Pirates 7-6 today. 3-run ninth, rallied and won it for the Red Hot Friars. They're now 2.5 games back of the Idle Dodgers in the National League West. Arizona will look to keep pace later on tonight. The Diamondbacks will be home to the Phillies. The Phillies have the best record in baseball right now. Only 4.5 games better than the Padres. That's how good all of a sudden the Padres are.
The Phillies were looking like they were just going to run away with it easily.
Padres are 4.5 behind them.
I know.
Right now, Padres have the, as of this moment, they've got the top wild card spot. Arizona's right there, half game back. Mets have the third wild card spot now. Pete Alonso had a couple of home runs today. They beat the Rockies in Denver. Atlanta lost its 5th in a row. And what has happened to the mighty Braves pitching staff? They got beat 16-7 today by Milwaukee.
Didn't they hit Milwaukee 6 home runs?
I don't know. I didn't.
Jackson Chourio had 2.
Oh, yeah, they went crazy. The Braves are now out of the playoffs if they started today. Who could have predicted that happening?
No one.
They're not even in right now. The team that is trying to make a run quietly, galloping on the outside, is the Giants. They won again today in extra innings. 9-5 at Washington. They're 3 out of a wild card at the moment. But the reason they're, making noise is because they got all their pitchers in there now. They got Snell going great guns.
We never even talked about that. He threw a no-hitter.
We talked about it. You were gone for a while. We did talk when you were gone.
Wait, you guys just
We did let everybody in on the fact that Snell threw a no-hitter.
Did you see when he got the cooler lid to the head?
He got soaked and
hurt.
Yeah.
Concussed.
Didn't go well. But, they got Robbie Ray now. They got him. I mean, all of a sudden, I still got Logan Webb. Or, is it Logan? It's not Logan Webb.
Yeah, it is.
It is Logan Webb.
Yeah.
All right. That's a little update on the scoreboard situation. Let's one thing I got to say, but in the 5 o'clock hour, don't go anywhere. Bradford Doolittle. This is a guy that I just love to hate, who writes for ESPN Plus. And ESPN Plus, that's a service that you have to pay extra for.
There it is.
And so I pay extra for it so that you don't have to.
I just hop on Adams and I have to keep up with it.
Well, I have my own. And let me just tell you something. As of about 5:15 this afternoon, every one of you out there will hate Bradford Doolittle.
Ooh.
I can guarantee it.
Dislike, I prefer.
Yeah, dislike's probably better. Yeah, hate's too strong. We got enough of that going on in the world. But I guarantee you by 5:15, all of you will have a strong dislike for Bradford Doolittle. Stay tuned for that. Right now, traffic and then a big 5.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by SDG&E. Well, most of our problems are still on the coastline heading northbound right before Manchester. Collision involving a car and a pickup truck there in the center divide, trying to get them moved over to the right shoulder. And southbound 5 coastline just before Cassidy Street, another 2-vehicle accident. That's the center divide in the clearing stage. In peak wildfire season, as a last resort, SDG&E may need to shut off power in specific areas for public safety. Learn more about public safety power shutoffs at sdge.com/PSPS. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big 5 starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, it's been a while since I've gotten to do a Big 5. I'm pretty excited about this one, so we should just get going, Chris.
I'm ready.
Number 5.
There it is. I've been clicking it for a second. The Padres are a season high 12 games over 500 right now, Chris. They're 64-52 after sweeping the Pirates, or as Jesse said, swabbing the deck of the Pirates.
Yes.
And all year,
as Mark Grant kept saying when the Pirates hit home run or the Padres hit home runs, clear the decks, cannonball coming.
There's so many good things you could say about when you're playing the Pirates.
You're whipping the Pirates.
Yes. All year, though, we've been talking about the over-under on the number of games that the Padres are going to win. It's been around 83.5 wins, 82.5, 83.5 wins. Well, now that they're only 19 wins away from 83, what do you think their over-under for number of games won is now?
Yeah, it's a tough one, I think. It's funny, too, when we were thinking that they needed 83 or 84 wins to get into the playoffs, we thought that would make it. Because remember, everybody was hovering around 500.
Yeah.
But now 84 probably would not make it. The Diamondbacks, the Mets, whoever else is going to be, whether the Braves can get it back together, the Giants, Cardinals. You're going to probably need 85 to 87 now. So that's changed. But the Padres, if they go 20 wins the rest of the way and lose 26, that would be ugly. They'd still win 84. So I got to believe they're going to go at least 26-20. I'm going to call 90 wins now.
Whoa.
I'm going to call 90.
Wow.
They keep going like they're going. I'm going to call a hundo.
A hundo?
They're going to go.
They can only lose 10 more games the rest of the year?
They're going to go. They're going to just go. They're going to go 36-10.
Wow.
No, they're not going to.
That would be incredible, Chris. I
think they're. You look. I saw something today. The Padres have the second easiest schedule, and we know what that means. We've heard it before, and it's not always a good thing.
Nope.
But they got the second easiest schedule in terms of opponent winning percentage. So I would think 26-20 is doable. That gets you to 90 wins. They still got Miami for 3, Pittsburgh 3 more, Colorado for 3 more, Detroit for 3, White Sox for 3.
Oh, that's a barn burner right there.
Well, I'm just saying, they got a chance.
They do have a chance.
90. What do you think?
I mean, that's a pretty good number.
Can you get that high?
But to make it different, I will say that the Mets are going to push, and I think the Giants are going to push.
It's looking that way.
The Diamondbacks scare me a lot, too.
Well,
so I'm going to say a lot of these teams are going to win. I think you need 92.
No, they're not going to get 92.
You're
not going to need that many. 90 will get you in.
You think? Well, yeah, I was going to be different. I was going to say 90 until you stole it, but
no, they're not going to get 92. They're 28-18.
That's a lot.
They're playing so well right now, but 28-18, that's a lot more
I might be drinking the Kool-Aid right now.
Yeah, we're all drinking a little bit. And
okay,
enjoying
I'll say more realistic. I would say 86.
Well, let's put it this way: if they win 5, if they go 23-23, they'll win 87. That's just if they play 500 the rest of the way.
87.
You're only going to predict them to play 500 the rest of the way?
Well, I've given out like 3 numbers already, so
yeah,
I'm just going to keep going.
Everything.
But you picked the best number, I think, which is 90.
I like it.
All right.
Number 4.
Now, the White Sox have been historically bad this season and were bad last season, and they have now fired their manager, Pedro Grifol. He was 101 games below 500 in regards to his manager record with the White Sox. And listening to Chicago radio, everybody was begging for this to happen, and I didn't really understand why. So I'm up first. Is he the sacrificial lamb, or did he deserve to get axed? I think there's a little bit of both here, Chris. Okay. I think that he deserved to get axed because it sounded like he lost the locker room and no one was really listening to him anymore. The other thing is he is the sacrificial lamb, because I will say this over and over and over and over. When a GM fires a manager, it tells me that they're looking for a scapegoat, because the GM ultimately is responsible for what is put on the field. And has he had winning teams put on the field? I don't think so. Now, did anybody think they're going to be this bad? No. But at the same time, I don't know how a GM can stay and a coach can go when you're this bad, because Chris Getz has done not much to put him in a good position. Chris?
Hi. How are you?
Hello.
Well, now that they've traded everybody, they really have nobody left.
Yeah.
But they had some players on this roster. I hate to tell you. Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez, Tommy Pham. This isn't an all-star. But, Crochet, Fetty was in demand. Clevenger and Soroka got hurt. So I don't know that it's on the GM. I don't know that they had a championship roster, but they certainly had a better than 28 and they're 28 and 89. They're 61 games below 500. My goodness.
That's bad.
Here's the thing. The Mets, 62 Mets had a 250 winning percentage. The White Sox winning percentage right now is 239. They could be the worst team ever made. I think it's a good move.
Fire Grifol?
I do. With a month and a half, 2 months to go, and tell Grady Sizemore is going to be the interim. Tell him, look, you finish 500 the rest of the way, I'll give you the job. I mean, something to try to motivate this team to at least not completely play out the string and, like, finish with 30 wins. Because that's what it looks like they're doing now. They've lost 22 of their last 23 games.
Yeah.
So.
The reason I think that Chris Getz is at some fault is because the 670 The Score was saying that they don't like the moves that he's made.
I don't think he's without fault.
Okay, because he's trading in division. He's not getting back the players that would
he
help
doesn't know
build.
he doesn't know what he's doing clearly. But I think a managerial change right now is something that maybe light the smallest fires so that you don't finish with the worst record of all time.
I'm going to blame the owner.
Yeah, he's good to blame.
Is it Reinsdorf?
Even when the Bulls won 6 championships, they were blaming him for everything that went wrong.
That's a little unfortunate.
Right, even when they were winning, they hated Reinsdorf. So
yeah, this is a really bad team, and I'm sorry for Stephen Wilson.
Number 3.
Number 1 overall pick and future of baseball, Jackson Holliday, has been hitting homers and showing why he was selected number 1 overall. Here's the headline on a tweet I saw earlier today from MLB. Quote, Jackson Holliday is here, and he's here to stay. End quote. Chris, do you think Jackson Holliday is here to stay?
Looks like it. It's a good example, though. Graham Pauley fans, Adam Major fans. Jackson Holliday was the number 1 guy, and he failed miserably.
He went like 1 for 40 something.
He was the worst player ever. But, got a chance to go back, put himself together. He obviously has a lot of talent, or he wouldn't have been the number 1 pick in the first place. I credit the Orioles for doing the right thing, and, they're getting paid off handsomely for it now. Yeah, I think he's probably back to stay.
As much as I hate to say it, yes, he is back to stay because he is looking good, and he has the talent. They didn't just draft him number 1 overall because he was Matt Holliday's son. I mean, they're not going to do that. I just hate how...
You just told me not to use that word. Now
I'm not hating people. I'm hating the media coverage of Jackson Holliday.
No, stop.
Because there is other players in the... I'm not even talking about Jackson Merrill. There are other players that are better than Jackson Holliday. But all of a sudden, Jackson Holliday hits 3 home runs in 3 games, and he's the best player in the rookie class. And it really bothers me.
They're not saying that. They're saying that of Paul Skeens.
That also bothers me.
Yes, it does.
Number 2.
All right, so we just talked about Pedro Grifol being fired from the White Sox. Now, here are some of the other... CBS Sports put out an article of some of the other managers that are on the chopping block, and you're going to tell me, Chris, who you think out of these guys I mentioned is the number 1 manager to be fired. Oliver Marmol of the Cardinals, Bud Black of the Rockies, Scott Service of the Mariners, John Schneider of the Blue Jays, and Mark Kotsay of the A's. Which of those, or one more, Davey Martinez of the Nationals. Which of those guys do you think is at the top of the hot seat list?
Mark Kotsay cannot be on a hot seat.
His team is over.
The fact that he wins any games with one of the worst teams in baseball is remarkable.
He also took batting practice with Mason Miller yesterday, so that's fun.
Bud Black shouldn't be on a hot seat because he has no chance. Can you imagine being Bud Black? They don't even have a left-handed pitcher on their roster in the bullpen.
Really?
Like, he can't even go out and bring a lefty into the game.
That is bad.
I mean, you talk about a mismanaged franchise, and we could go on and on. So I can't fire Bud Black. I mean, he's working with incompetence. I'm going to say Toronto's having a bad year, so I'm going to say him.
John Schneider.
Yeah.
I have to
They
agree
shouldn't have
with
been
you.
this bad.
I have to agree with you. They were supposed to make the playoffs. They're supposed to contend for the AL East. They're not even close, and they're having a terrible season, so it's got to be him. The Scott Service and the Mariners still have a chance to win the division.
And St. Louis could still make the playoffs, so
and
I can't pick them.
Blue Jays do not have a chance at anything.
No.
Number 1.
All right, Jameis Winston is now a Brown. Did you know that, Chris?
No.
He is now a Brown.
There's a lot of guys I don't know what team they're on in the NFL.
That's true.
I mean, there was so much movement in the offseason.
He was speaking with the media. I think it was either yesterday or today or something, and he had an interesting way of talking about Deshaun Watson. So here is Jameis Winston.
Oh, Deshaun
talking
Watson's
about
his
Deshaun
teammate
Watson.
now.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
yes.
Right.
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on. Man, I just rhymed. Oh my, can I leave off that one? I know that one going to hit.
So there you go. It was just Jameis Winston. My question is simple. Are you a Jameis Winston fan?
Yeah. Yeah, he's funny. I mean, he lights up a room.
He's kind of polarizing in a little.
He has a good time.
Yeah,
But
I do like
I don't
Jameis
agree with
Winston.
what he said. Deshaun Watson, along with being an awful human being, is not even a very good quarterback anymore. Did anybody watch him try to play last year?
It was tough.
All right.
It was tough. But I do love Jameis Winston. I love when he eats
When did the
W's.
Browns do something last year when Flacco came in?
That's
right?
true. Flacco made the playoffs, not Deshaun Watson.
Ugh.
All right. That's it for the Big Five.
The bad taste of Deshaun Watson will probably never leave anyone's mouth, honestly. It's just always going to be that way.
Well, the biggest mistake that they made was giving him fully guaranteed contract, which was one of the most crazy things I think I've heard.
He makes
a lot of money.
Makes a bit of money.
Yeah.
All right. Why are you going to dislike Bradford Doolittle a lot? We'll explain when we kick off the happy hour next on Gwynn and Chris. Happy hour. Happy to be with you. Chris Ello. Tony Gwynn Jr. idle today on vacation, enjoying himself out there. But we're enjoying ourselves in here. Matt Skraby's alongside. He's back from vacation. He has a new lease on life after that visit to Dubuque.
I'm going to tell a great story on the Skraby show.
That's right. The Skraby Chronicles return tonight.
Yes.
About an hour from now.
I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. Oh, maybe the hot Padres.
Padres rolled. Well, they didn't roll. They came back. 3 in the 9th. Beat Pittsburgh 7-6 today. They got a little lucky. Got to be honest about that. Double play ground ball would have ended the game. Instead, bases loaded, throw by the shortstop. O'Neal Cruz missed the first base bag by a wide margin. 2 runs came in on the play instead of the game being over, and the Padres took a 6-5 lead. Luis Arraez followed with an RBI double. Pittsburgh scored 1 in the bottom of the 9th against Suarez, but Robert finished it for his 25th save. Manny, a 2-run homer. Not Profar today. It was Peralta, 2-run homer today. Profar got hit by a pitch twice more today.
Yeah.
He's getting a little tired of that.
He's getting pretty ticked off, which I don't disagree.
Yeah, I think he was hit 4 times in this series, including last night, where you thought he could have been out for a month.
That is kind of crazy.
The way he got hit last night. And, look, the 4th time was a slider, so there was no intent, but you can only get hit so many times before you start getting a little bit mad at something.
Yeah.
And somebody. Pirates come back here next week. Now, the Padres, they haven't really retaliated a lot this year. It's worked for them, so I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to call for them to go running around, start hitting everybody. But maybe I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, a little part of you says you'd like to see, the whole Washington National thing happened with Profar, and there was really no retribution other than beating the Nationals. Didn't they beat them all 6 times?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, probably sent the message you wanted to send, and I'm sure that's what Schilt's thinking, but God, I don't know.
It's the hardest thing in the world for me sometimes, but
yeah, you
being
feel
the
like,
bigger person.
Yeah, I know that's not easy for a lot of us. But,
not to take revenge, but just to, forgive the other person and move on.
I mean, Manny's been hit a bunch, it seems like, this year. Profar getting hit regularly now. Anyway. It is what it is. I know there's some people that want it. Some people say just keep winning games. I say get them back and win games. You know what I mean?
But that's counterproductive because then you're putting guys on base.
Here's the thing. The Padres, we looked it up today. The Padres have hit 43 batters this year as a staff.
Yep.
The Yankees have hit 73.
Yeah.
I don't know whether Aaron Boone is challenging the world, but that's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's 30 more than the Padres have hit.
And then we looked up, to see if the Padres have been hit way more than everybody else, but they haven't.
No, Padres haven't been hit, I think, 42 times or something like that. Anyway, didn't matter in the end. Padres sweep the Pirates, move within 2.5 games of the Dodgers in the West. Arizona will try to keep pace with the Padres later on when they host the Phillies. Dodgers are idle today. Some other news to catch you up on. The United States men's basketball team provided some hope for those of us who really haven't been rooting for them to win the gold medal.
Like me?
Like me. No, those rooting
never
for them not to win the gold medal. Like me.
You're treasonous.
Yes, the treasoners out there. Serbia led by 13 going to the 4th quarter, but the U.S. outclassed them down the stretch. Steph Curry put in 36, including 9 threes. LeBron, the guy's one of the best ever for a reason, made some big plays. Embiid made some big shots. Durant, Serbia, which made 15 of 30 through 3 quarters, went 0 for 9 in the 4th. U.S. rallied for a 95-91 win. They'll take on France and Wembanyama for the gold medal on, I guess it's Saturday. A couple of other quick notes. I mean, this is crucial. NFL preseason week 1 is underway. The Lions have kicked the field goal, but the Giants just answered as I was speaking, Skraby.
Really?
Touchdown, Giants, G-Men. The famous Eric Gray runs it in from 48 yards out, whoever he is.
I had him as an anytime touchdown scorer tonight.
Good for you.
Gambit.
Well, you win. You cash in big.
It was plus 2,000 or
2 million. Yeah, 2 million to 1. Eric Gray will score a touchdown, whoever that is. Giants lead 7-3 over Detroit. Carolina, New England, scoreless. All right, I promised everybody that by the end of this segment, you would all have a strong dislike for ESPN Plus staff writer Bradford Doolittle. This isn't the first time I've picked on Bradford Doolittle.
Old Bradford.
Yeah. As Skraby tells me, we'll probably never get him on the show.
Well, I definitely don't want to get him on the show because there has to be something said about how much you dislike his articles.
It's not just me. Wait till I tell you what he wrote today, and you tell me how many people will agree with me.
I know.
Now, first of all, this article is going to create controversy going in, so we know that. It's his awards watch with 2 months ago in the season.
Okay.
So he's basically going through all the big awards in baseball with 2 months ago in the season, and he's telling you who should win them and where everybody ranks.
Okay.
So we'll start with the American League. Front runner, MVP, still Aaron Judge, but Bobby Witt Jr. closing the gap.
Oh, he's been amazing.
And Juan Soto third. So there you have that. NL MVP, still Shohei.
He's been struggling.
The guy that's closing in is Ketel Marte.
Really?
Yes.
He's getting MVP consideration.
He's got 29 home runs right now. Marte is number 2 on this list for Francisco Lindor 3, Ellie De La Cruz 4, Jerks and Profar 5. Not bad. Again, it's Jerks and Profar, who we weren't really expecting to be in the MVP conversation.
We've completely lost the actual meaning of MVP because Ellie De La Cruz
got like 60 stolen bases.
He does, but
he's
his
the
team
reason
is
the
whatever.
Reds have done something.
Like Jerks and Profar has put his team in a place where they're going to make the playoffs. The Reds, who knows?
Yeah. Well, all right.
And he struck out like 180 times this year.
That's true. When Ellie De La Cruz hits the ball, it's a triple.
Yeah. When he doesn't, it's a strikeout.
He doesn't hit it very often. All right, but that's not why you're going to strongly dislike Bradford Doolittle, because he has Profar 5th. AL Cy Young still goes with Tariq Skubal of Detroit.
Tarek.
I like to call him Tariq to make him sound more worldly.
I figured out why I call him Tariq, because there is a game named Turok, the dinosaur hunter back in the day. So there you go.
Seth Lugo, former Padre, is 2nd on this list. Garrett Crochet 3rd. Please knock Crochet out of the running.
Yeah, how is he even
just
up
for
there?
His attitude?
He doesn't even pitch full games anymore.
National League Cy Young, as of right now, according to Bradford Doolittle, this is interesting. Hunter Green of the Reds.
That's an interesting choice.
Maybe Bradford Doolittle lives in Cincinnati.
What about Dylan Cease?
Hang on. Chris Sale is 2nd. Zach Wheeler 3rd. Paul Skeens is 5th, just ahead of Dylan Cease.
Okay, all right. You scared me for a second.
Dylan Cease is 6th. Michael King is 9th. So you get 2 guys in the top 10 there. Rookie of the Year, American League frontrunner Luis Gil, Yankees. Don't really know any of these other guys, so don't worry about it.
Name them.
All right. Wilyer Abreu.
Okay.
Austin Wells, Hunter Gaddis.
Okay, never mind.
Like I said. Here we go now, National League Rookie of the Year. This is the one we've all been waiting for.
Hold on. Let me get something for this.
Who is Bradford Doolittle going to pick? Is it going to be Paul Skeens or is it going to be Jackson Merrill? Because it's a 2-player race for the NL award. And, of course, Bradford Doolittle goes with Paul Skeens. But that is not why you're going to strongly dislike Bradford Doolittle. Here's why you're going to strongly dislike Bradford Doolittle. Because after picking Paul Skeens as the front runner, Bradford Doolittle ranks Mason Wynn of the Cardinals 2nd.
I got some pushback
in the
on
Rookie
him.
of the Year.
Yeah, people were saying he should win it.
Here's also why you're going to dislike Bradford Doolittle. Because after Mason Wynn, he has Shota Imanaga of the Cubs third.
Are you kidding me?
After Shota Imanaga, he's got Michael Busch of the Cubs fourth.
This is trouble.
After Michael Busch, he's got Tyler Fitzgerald of the Giants fifth.
Was disgusting.
Bradford Doolittle with a straight face, writing in today's ESPN Plus column. Seriously? You follow baseball? He has Jackson Merrill sixth. What?
That is insane.
Now, I will admit freely that we're in San Diego.
Yes, we are.
And we're looking at it through the San Diego goggles, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And we love everything this guy has done.
Well, what has he done wrong?
Nothing.
Exactly.
How can he be sixth? Jackson Merrill leads all rookies in average, home runs, RBIs, OPS, whatever
I
you
looked
want.
this up the other day. He also has turned the most double plays as a center fielder this year with four.
And he's played
4 double plays.
He's played every day at a crucial position. Oh, by the way, that he had never played before in his life. You rank him sixth?
That's crazy. That is crazy. Tyler Fitzgerald, when did he even come up? I don't
Tyler
even know.
Fitzgerald has been ridiculous.
He has, but did he?
He's got 11 home runs in 24 games, but that is still a little much when you're going to rate him in 24 games ahead of Jackson Merrill. It's crazy.
It is
the
crazy.
only guy that, and I like Mason Wynn. Imanaga was a nice flash for April and May. Michael Busch, where are the Cubs? I just don't get it.
I don't get it
this
either.
This is so. You're trying to tell me that you're a baseball expert. ESPN is basically posting you up as a baseball expert by giving you the job of breaking down these races, and then you do it and you tell me this guy should be sixth? That is just.
I could stomach.
I can't
third.
believe it.
I could stomach third.
I
but
can't
sixth?
stomach. I can stomach second. That's it.
And I had this argument all week with people on Twitter or X, or whatever you want to call it. How many guys have done what Jackson Merrill has done in regards to playing almost every single day? And if you take Jackson Merrill off of the Padres, they're in a much worse way. I don't know how many wins you take away or anything like that, but if you put up Jackson Merrill against Mason Wynn, you take Mason Wynn off the Cardinals, I don't think it's as big of a blow as it would be for the
Well, I think what he's
Padres.
I believe what he's getting to is a Mason Wynn plays shortstop, and that's a really important position.
Is
but
it center field?
So is center field. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that Bradford Doolittle qualifies as a, quote, baseball expert. The only guy that I would think that could say or write something this stupid would be normally Brian Kenny.
Someone on the chat said he's the next Brian Kenny.
That's just to me, that's just not paying attention to what's going on. That's all that is. I don't think I'm being,
No, with what he's been doing and how he has won games for the Padres, he's had walk-off home runs.
Well,
he's had multi-home run games.
They put another stat up on the board today. In the last 63 years of baseball, only 3 other guys the age of Jackson Merrill have hit as many home runs in the 9th inning or later in one season than he has. He's had crucial home runs, walk-off, game-tying home runs, 9th inning, extra innings. Jackson Merrill's been great. I haven't seen Mason Wynn play every day. I get it. I haven't seen Michael Busch. Fitzgerald, sorry, I can't give it to you in 24 games,
That's
even though you've been really good.
It's insane.
Jackson Merrill should be no lower than second, and we know we can make a hell of a case for him being first as I brought up earlier today, he just helped the Padres win 3 games while Paul Skeens never left the dugout. And I understand, here's the big look, the best argument for Paul Skeens to win is that Paul Skeens is the Pirates. He is. He's the face of the whole franchise. Jackson Merrill can play comfortably with stars like Manny, Bogarts, and on down the line. Fernando, etc. Jackson can just do his thing, bat 6th or 7th, and go quietly about his business. There's a lot more spotlight on Skeens, and he, for the most part, has lived up to all the hype. So if you want to argue Skeens, I'm going to at least entertain your argument. But I'm not going to entertain an argument that has Jackson Merrill 6th, please.
Yeah, that's not even
And I can't
choice.
tell you what Doolittle says about him here because he doesn't even mention him in the little write-up that follows.
So he doesn't even have a reason to put him 6th.
Well, he doesn't get to it. I mean...
I haven't heard this clip, but you guys had Jackson on last week.
Maybe this will make everybody feel better. He has Matt Waldron 7th, right behind Jackson Merrill.
I'm sorry. I love it, but what?
I don't know. This just makes no sense.
When did this article get published?
Today.
Oh my God.
August 8th.
So after
2024.
After he watched what happened last night with Jackson Merrill, he still kept him 6th?
I'm going to give you, here's what I'm going to say, and what Tony says all the time. I doubt Bradford Doolittle saw what Jackson Merrill did. Oh,
well,
no,
then he's not doing his job.
Actually, he did it on the East Coast last night, so he should have seen it.
But no one's watching the Pirates unless Paul Skeens is pitching.
Well, this is why this article right here. I'm hitting it.
Oh my God! Stop! Wait!
Hey!
Hey!
George is getting angry. It's this article right here is why Jackson Merrill's not going to win the award. Because I guarantee you, there's a lot more Bradford Doolittles out there who just don't have a clue how valuable he's been.
It's unfortunate,
but you know what? Shame on them because you don't even need to see him. Just look at the statistics. He's number 1 in every category.
He is. He's hitting 40 points over the league average. He's first, as you said, in homers. He's first in RBIs. He's playing a position he's never played in his life until this year. He's played the most, or he's when I checked on Monday, he was 1 out behind, who's the Rockies center fielder? Doyle. He's 1 out behind Doyle for most innings played as a center fielder. You can't tell me that he's a 6th choice for Rookie of the Year. Imanaga, like you said, great April, good May. He's fell off a little bit. I just cannot believe that. That's really hard to believe, and it really irks me. You guys had Jackson on the show last week. Do you want to play it now?
Yeah, let's hear what he had to say when we come back. Okay. I want to continue this conversation a little bit. What I'm looking for before I throw it to break is Bradford Doolittle's email address, but I don't see it here.
Taps wants to tell you, Chris, the worst part about this is that you paid to read that.
Who said this?
Taps.
Thank you, Taps. I feel much worse now.
There's a growing theory too. Actually, well, I'll just say this. There's a growing theory too that the Major League Baseball wants the Livy Dunn, Paul Skeens thing to be like Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce.
Yeah,
Problem is, Livy Dunn isn't as famous as Taylor Swift.
Not even in the neighborhood, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, there you have it. I told you were not going to be a fan of Bradford Doolittle.
I'm not.
More Gwynn and Chris. We'll hear from Jackson Merrill and what he thought when he was on with us last week about winning the Rookie of the Year award. I'll give you a clue. I'm madder than he is about this list.
I bet you are. Yeah.
First traffic.
No, dude, it's World Series or nothing to me. I don't really have any other goals in this game besides winning. So, obviously an award is cool, but it's really nothing compared to winning a World Series. I'd love to do both. That'd be awesome. But
all right, that was Jackson Merrill himself on with us last week, our Friar Friday interview, talking about what the Rookie of the Year meant to him. He said, not much. I want to win the World Series. He did say it would be great to win both.
Yeah.
But he's putting winning way ahead of award winning, and that's one of the reasons we like him. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris Crisello, Mr. Skraby today.
Can't believe that you guys had Jackson Merrill on the one Friar Friday I'm not here.
Sorry about that.
I'm the biggest Jackson Merrill fan.
I believe that's why they let us have him
because they didn't want me to freak out
because you weren't here.
Fanboy.
Yeah. We're going back to this Bradford Doolittle article for just a second.
He's from Chicago, by the way.
And I don't want to give you any. I think he is Doolittle.
Mark on the chat.
He writes for Kansas City Star, according to the ESPN that I looked at. Anyway, neither here nor there. Here's why he ranks Jackson Merrill 6th, at least in my estimation. I mean, I haven't talked to him, but here's why he ranks him 6th. Jackson Merrill's WAR is 2.4. Just stick with me for a second. The guy he ranks second, Mason Wynn, is 4.0, and that's even higher than Skeens, who's 3.8. Michael Bush is 3.2. Imanaga's 2.6. All of the guys ahead of Jackson Merrill on Bradford Doolittle's list have a higher WAR. But my thinking is what I always think about WAR. It's a stupid made-up statistic, and if you don't think it is, just look at those numbers right there. You're going to tell me that all of these guys are – just look at it with your eyes. Watch what you're watching. You're going to tell me that Michael Bush has had a better, more impactful season than Jackson Merrill? Well, Bush is 3.2, Merrill's 2.4. Bush must be that much better.
Yeah.
No, he isn't better, and that's why WAR is stupid as far as I'm concerned, and I will always feel this way. Mason Wynn has 9 homers and 41 RBIs, and he's hitting .282. Jackson Merrill is crushing him in every one of those categories. Jackson Merrill even has more stolen bases, 11-10. I get Mason Wynn plays shortstop. Jackson Merrill plays an important position, too, on his team, and he never got to play it before this year.
Yeah.
And how many game-winning minutes do you remember from Mason Wynn this year?
I'm
sure
recall.
the Cardinals might be able to give us a couple.
Yeah.
But I can give you a bunch from Jackson Merrill on our side. I don't want to put Mason Wynn down. What I'm trying to get to is he's a 4.0 and Merrill's a 2.4. And just the eye test should tell you that WAR, those WAR numbers are stupid.
Yeah, when you look at it like that, like if you're going to be ranking your rookies of the year by WAR, then I don't think you're actually doing your job because you need to be able to.
I think you ought to be able to have a little more depth to your your knowledge and to your research.
And I don't know how Jackson Merrill's WAR is so low because of the walk-off home runs.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I guess his OPS might be a little
I don't get
low.
the WAR. That's what I'm saying. The WAR is stupid. I'm sorry. The WAR is stupid. What else can I tell you? But there's so many people who put everything on it, including an ESPN national writer who's looking at the Rookie of the Year and basically is giving the rankings based on WAR.
Yeah, that's not.
You're not giving me any knowledge there. You're just regurgitating a statistic.
And the whole thing with Paul Skeens and his WAR, yeah, he's been great, but like I really do feel genuinely strong that Jackson Merrill does it every single day. It's way more difficult to do what Jackson Merrill's done, be as consistent as he's been this year, not really even go into a prolonged slump. I think it was like 6 games that he had earlier this year. It's just like, I don't understand why these things why these people can't just put aside the popularity of a player to actually call out the player who's the best.
Jackson Merrill could end up winning the Rookie of the Year award, but I think it's unlikely. And articles like this are why I think it's unlikely.
I think it's already Paul Skeens' to lose because they've already crowned him.
Matt Snyder, who is as big of a Padre fan as there is, told us that Skeens is going to be almost impossible to beat.
Yeah.
So did Alden Gonzalez.
Yeah.
These are national guys who I believe both respect what Jackson Merrill has done quite a bit more than Doolittle does. They'll still tell you that Skeens is probably going to get it. But you know what else there is to say? There's 7 weeks of baseball to go.
True.
There's a lot still that can happen. So, all right.
Oh, Tyler
time.
wants to know, sorry, the Brian Kenny thing. Everybody wants us to bring up the fact that he asked the Padres, the Mets, and one other team to rebuild earlier this year, and all of the teams that he asked to rebuild are leading the wild card race. The Cardinals was the other one.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you just say things? Do you just say things because you want it to go viral? Because you want people to hate it? I don't get it. I'm not willing to be that person.
Brian Kenny, I can't say it.
No, please don't.
Bad guy.
Okay, come on.
What he did to Joe Musgrove tells me that right then and there. And the fact that he didn't have enough courtesy to apologize. That's all I need to know about the guy.
Yeah.
All right, more Gwynn and Chris coming up.
It's the
Scoreboard is rolling in the National Football League. Spring training action for the NFL. 14-3. Giants putting it on the Lions tonight. Boy, who said the Lions were going to be good this year? Everybody. But the Giants are just beating them down tonight, Skrabe.
I think the Lions are going to take a step back this year.
It's so stupid. You know they're not.
I think they're going to take a step back.
You hope that they take a step back this year.
I think so.
That's all you can dream about.
I know.
The other game, 7-0 New England over Carolina. Gotta love spring training football. 5:39 is the time. Chris Ello, Mr. Skraby, and Tony Gwynn Jr. on vacation. One thing we had a nice time with a little earlier today was our visit with our guy, Kirk Kenny from the San Diego Union Tribune. He's probably on his way to eat dinner at Chick-fil-A right now. But he was on with us earlier, getting us ready for the San Diego State Aztec football season. Yeah. Fan Fest this weekend down at Snapdragon Stadium.
The Snappy.
I had to get down there, Skrabe. You know, I've been on the field down there before now because I ran the flag out for the rugby game. So I'm an official, on turf kind of guy down there.
How did you feel? Did you feel like you were some sort of god?
Athlete? No, I just felt like I didn't want to fall down and trip and embarrass myself.
That's true. It's fake turf, or is it real grass?
I don't know what it is. It's a fast track. That's all I'll say. It's like
what does that mean?
Well, it seems as like it's as hard as this table. Like there's no give to. There's no push.
Oh, then it's got to be. I don't think it's artificial turf.
I think it's some sort of artificial turf.
Really?
Or artificial real grass, whatever that stuff is. It doesn't. I don't think it has the little black beads under it.
Okay,
like
then it's real grass.
I don't know if it's that either.
Is it Kentucky bluegrass?
All right, never mind. You shouldn't have asked me. All I know is it's grass and it's cut really short, and it seems like you could go fast on it. That's my story.
You can go fast like Ricky Bobby.
All right, it's my story. I'm sticking to it. I got nothing else to add other than this is traffic, and now after that, you'll find out.
According to two sources, latitude 36 Bermuda grass is used. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the quickest I can come up with it.
That's good.
All right.
Very good. All right, let's hear about the Aztecs after traffic.
From the
involved in that. Also, collision on the southbound 805 on or near the Palm Avenue off-ramp, and southbound 67 Scripps Poway Parkway, a collision. Also in the East County, westbound side of the 84 El Cajon Boulevard, stalled car in one of the middle lanes. I'm Kelly Danica with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, let's hope things go that well for the San Diego State football team. Fan Fest coming up this weekend. The season is upon us. That means our guy Kirk Kenny is upon us from the San Diego Union Tribune, frequent contributor to this program. Kirk, before we get too far into it, how many days is the Chick-fil-A Streak at now?
Oh, I forgot about this.
Oh, how could you forget about this? This is the most important thing ever.
I knew you were going to ask, so I just totaled it up, and it is day 1,131.
This is ridiculous.
Get out of here.
It's so crazy.
1,131 days that Kirk Kenny has eaten at Chick-fil-A. Not counting Sundays, of course, because it's closed on Sundays.
Yeah, so you're saved there.
But every other day of the week, Kirk Kenny has a meal at Chick-fil-A, establishing you, Kirk, as a perfect contributor to this show.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Somebody as Looney Tunes as you belongs on this program.
Yes.
So,
did you get your commercial yet from Chick-fil-A?
No
Have
kidding,
they filmed that
man.
yet?
When are they going to?
It's a good thing. You know what? It's a good thing I'm left-handed because that seemed like a very much a left-handed compliment.
It did. It was a left-handed compliment.
Hey, you know me, Kirk, and you've known me a long time. As Looney Tunes as they get. So
yes.
We're happy to have you with us. You asked about.
Oh yes,
wasn't there a commercial in the
have
works
you
or
filmed
something?
this yet? When can we look for it?
When is this happening?
I am not yet at liberty. I am not yet at liberty to divulge that, but you guys will be the first to know.
Okay, you'll debut your Chick-fil-A commercial with Gwynn and Chris.
Kirk Kenny, 1,131 days in a row.
I can't wait for those commercials when they're like, "Hey, When did you get the idea to come here every day?
Kirk Kenny is going to be the next famous guy like Jared was on Subway.
Oh, someone is
I don't know if we want to go down that road.
Yes, I know. I was a little nervous about
Bring
going down that road there.
No, Jared's a whole nother story.
It turned a little ugly at the
someone
end.
said, do we have receipts to prove this number? We don't need to because the restaurant
receipts.
knows and celebrated this.
Skraby and I were at his 1,000th day.
We were.
I mean, they threw him a party at the Chick-fil-A, and you're right, Skraby, the manager, the owner, I mean, everybody came out to celebrate Kirk on that. So, yes, we don't need receipts.
There's no such thing as a free lunch, right?
Well, look, I think we got one that day, and we
You
appreciated
did.
it very
You
much.
did.
We did.
Anyway, we digress.
Yeah, well, digressing.
Why were we talking again?
I don't know. Digressing is what we seem to do best on this program. Aztecs football, of course, and look, we had Coach Lewis on last week, and it was good having him. Look, this guy, you can't help but be excited every time we talk to him. I think anybody talks to him. I mean, he's got people feeling upbeat, and the whole program just seems that way from the day he took over till now, isn't it, Kirk?
Yeah, it's very much a different vibe from the moment you step out there. Even in practice, there's music pumping, and everything's fast for that Aztec fast offense. So it's gonna be it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. With all the winning that the Aztecs did over the last decade, fans started getting a little bit complacent because they didn't see enough offense, and so that's Eddie Wicker went out and hired a guy that's going to promise some offense. So we'll see what happens.
Well, they open it up on the 31st of this month down at Snapdragon Stadium. Give us a little update on some of the positional battles of importance. I know you wrote something about the quarterbacks the other day, and everybody wants to know who's going to be who's going to be the signal caller. How's that looking right now?
That's what Saturday's Fan Fest will be, kind of our first extended glimpse of the battle between Danny O'Neill, a true freshman from Indiana, and A.J. Duffy, who's a sophomore transfer from Florida State, but who grew up locally here in Southern California. So charting their progress will be interesting. I have to give it the advantage to Duffy just because he's been around college football for 2 years, but all indications are that Danny O'Neill's pretty talented too, so it's been a lot of fun to watch those two compete.
Talking to Kirk Kenny here of San Diego Union Tribune. I want to talk about, maybe you haven't been able to talk to Coach Lewis about this or off the record, anything like that, but Colorado seemed like it was a nightmare last year to be at, and he was there. He was removed as the offensive coordinator. Do you think that kind of is going to help him be successful this year, prove to Dion, prove to people around college football that he is a guy who can be successful as a coach?
I don't think he's out looking to prove something to them. I think what he has said so far is every stop you make in your career, you try and pick up things and learn some things. And so I think he learned a few things there that he wants to embrace and others that maybe he doesn't. And mainly here's this philosophy of spreading the ball around and taking what the defense gives you and going, quick to the line and putting the defense on its heels. And that's what he'll look to do with San Diego State now.
Kirk Kenny is with us. He wrote an article today in the paper, Skraby, about our guy.
I saw it.
Your and mine's guy.
Yeah.
Dale Sean Staley. How is he our guy? Well, I don't know, Kirk, if you were aware, but about 3 weeks ago, Dale Sean Staley came into studio for an hour, sat in with us, asked us a million questions. He had a couple of his teammates with him, and apparently he wants to get into sports talk radio someday.
Yeah.
Try to take our jobs. Really nice kid. He's from Kansas City, transferred from Northern Iowa, and from what I read today, seems like he's making a mark already on defense.
Yeah, I've been seeing him make plays. Just yesterday I watched him pick off a pass, and he made an impression when he transferred here early for the spring and made an impression then and put him atop the depth chart. And I think he's just continued to build on that. And he's a guy that I think is going to be a real playmaker for them. And they're pretty excited about it. I had a good time talking with him the other day. And especially I asked, what do you think of San Diego? And he said he's a view guy. So he's talking about he loves, being along the beach and maybe on a quiet evening, just listening to the ocean or walking in the hills around town and going on a walk. So, that was kind of refreshing just to hear that kind of perspective.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he had a wonderful view at Northern Iowa, but Skraby just spent 6 days in Iowa, so there must be something about Iowa that I don't know about.
I didn't know it took that long to get a car fixed.
The Iowa is actually more hilly than you would think, and it has more vista points than you would think.
No. I've been to Omaha 10 times, and
that's
right
Nebraska.
Across the bridge is Iowa, and I'll never forget a couple times they had big rainstorms, and it's like they need to find a place to pull the plug so the water will drain. It was flooded for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why Skraby and his family had a reunion.
But we were in
Dubuque, Iowa.
Dubuque on the mighty Mississippi. So.
This is what they do in
anyway,
the Skraby family.
Back to Aztec
Did you
football.
just try and find where's the exact middle point of the United States? Is that how you guys decided to meet?
No, my grandparents decided to pick the least accessible part of the country to live in because it's like an hour and a half one way to an airport, 3 hours to Chicago, all of this stuff. But yes, anyway.
I heard they don't even have ESPN there.
I couldn't find it.
Only our studio was the last place.
I did actually watch a lot of local news, and Caitlin Clark is a superstar in Iowa.
In Iowa,
right.
And she went to Des Moines, I guess, while we were there, and she surprised a bunch of kids at a school, and it was the biggest thing
Mardi
ever.
Gras.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
All right, back to the Aztecs team. Yeah, she is a rock star. With all the focus on the offense, Kirk. What about the defense? Are the Aztecs going to be that defensive team that we know and love, or is the defense kind of taking backseat a little bit, even though they're never going to admit it to the offense?
Well, I think the offense is going to definitely get the headlines, but the defense looks like it'll be pretty good again. They brought in several transfers. One thing I noted coming into camp is 16 of the 22 starting spots are on the depth chart coming into camp are taken up by transfers. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And a particular area that they've added players is on the defensive line on the edges. And so I think that's an area to watch in this fan fest and in the first few weeks of the season, some of those new guys they brought in on the edge.
How about the skill players beyond the quarterback position, Kirk? I must say, somebody watches every game, and I didn't think anybody ever really grabbed hold, and you kind of confirmed this when we talked last year. Nobody ever really grabbed hold of that running back position. They never really established anybody on the outside wide receiver-wise. Guys had, some moments here and there. Are there new guys or are there returning guys that are going to be better?
Yeah, that's a position I was going to mention first. A kid, Marquez Cooper, is a transfer from Ball State, but he actually played for Sean Lewis at Kent State for 3 years before that. He is the nation's active rushing leader, and so he just transferred in the last few months, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can do. He's listed atop the depth chart, sharing the starting position with Keenan Christian. So the running backs room is loaded again, but we haven't really gotten a glimpse to see what all Marquez Cooper can do. So that's another thing we're going to be able to see on Saturday.
This is kind of a weird question, but I'm a weird guy, so I'm gonna go with it anyway. But
I always get worried when he starts like this.
Matt Araiza is punting for the Kansas City Chiefs. He got the starting job. He punted one the other day, I think 75 yards in the air or something like that, which is great for him. But what's the relationship between the school and Matt Araiza? Because he has been cleared of the things that he was accused of doing, but, it puts the school in a little bit of a weird spot. Is there anything there, or, is it just something we're going to have to see as time goes along?
I think the relationship is still good. I think they've congratulated him when he's been signed, and it's still a good relationship. I don't know where exactly to go with that.
No, I know.
Things have been resolved. He's playing football again, and I think everybody's moving forward.
It's a good thing for sure. Kirk Kenny is with us. Aztecs opening. Texas A&M Commerce is the first opponent, August 31st. I think a lot of people are going to want to come out, get a look at Sean Lewis's team, but I got to be honest. I think the game that I'm really circling is the next one, September 7th, when they're home to Oregon State. You're getting a team out of the Pac-2 to come in here. And, that to me can be kind of a statement. I mean, you go out and you roll up some points against that team and, maybe win that game, Kirk. What's the fanfare looking like for these first 2 home games?
I just got an update today, and I guess season tickets are approaching 10,000, which their goal was to hit 9,300 this year. So
Wow.
I think that's a good sign for them. And it is a pretty good schedule. Both Oregon State and Washington State will be playing at Snapdragon. They face Cal on the road. But you're right. I think, obviously they should be able to handle Texas A&M Commerce pretty well. So, I don't think they're going to pull out every trick of the playbook for that game. So what we see against Oregon will probably be more of the telltale signs of what the team's going to be all about.
Yeah, that's going to be September 7th. It's a night game. I think, everyone's going to kind of circle the calendar for that second game. Although, look, I'm glad to hear the tickets are going well for the open. All right, if you want to hear the rest of that with Kurt Kenny.
There's like 10 seconds left.
There was only 10 seconds
Yes,
left. Probably not worth your time, but you can hear any part of the show, including my rambling on about how dumb Bradford Doolittle is.
All the Wynn people are in my DMs right now.
I didn't say Wynn's a bad player. He's not that far ahead of Jackson Merrill.
Oh, but shortstop is just so much harder to play.
Uh-huh. All right. Gwynn and Chris is back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And we'll have Brian Hoying as our Friar Friday interview, the Padres' new right-hander, who used to play for the Marlins, which is who the Padres play tomorrow night. So we'll see you then. Have a good rest of your Thursday. The Skraby Chronicles are next with Matt Skraby.
Woo!